Yeah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of God, the most merciful and the most compassionate. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kona inabakayo? Yeah. Okay, great. Kuya Mora. Apa kabar? In Indonesia. Ya, Sugeng Rawuh, welcome to our second day. Your Excellency Dean of Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, Ibu Eli. Your Excellency Dean from University of Philippines, Manila, or representatives and also the team, Dean from University of Philippines, Los Baños, and also the team, and team from University of South Africa or representative and also the team. Alhamdulillah, we are very grateful for we made our first day and we have guidance with 3 queens, right? And the second day is from us and for us because no MC is me also, and moderator is me, and also we will collaborate with Dr. Rita here. Yeah. The participant and invited speakers, oral presenters, also participants who join online. We will entering our second plenary session, and we have two invited speaker, right? And this is the plenary session. And before we enter this session, we will recap of the day 1 overview, also of the activities for the day 2. And we will deliver with Dr. Rita. I will inform you who is Dr. Rita. Yeah, Dr. Rita is a public health physician interested in reproductive health and rights, maternal, neonatal child, adolescents, and elderly health and nutrition, including breastfeeding and immunization. She was former medical officer of the Department of Health in the Bicol region, managing the region in the implementation of health program across the life stages. Dr. Rita had her Master of Public Management major in Health System and Development of the Development Academy of the Philippines, and she earned her medical degree from the UP Manila College of Medicine, and a Bachelor of Science in Public Health at the UP Manila College of Public Health. Yeah, and Dr. Rita is an assistant professor, University of the Philippines, Los Baños. Applause for Dr. Rita. Time is yours, Dr. Rita.
I like this podium because I can see you all clearly, and obviously, in this podium, you can see me clearly as well. Marhay na aga sa Indoga Boss. Magandang umaga. Good morning. So I'm Dr. Rita, and I'm given the task of giving all of us a recap of what happened in the first day of the 3rd International Conference on Knowledge Systems and Practices. And that for the first day of our conference, so we were welcomed by an opening dance, a show of hospitality from our host, University of Ahmad Dahlan, and that our welcome address was given by, of course, the chairperson of the conference, Dr. Nina Situmorang. It was then followed by greetings, of course, from our Queen, Dr. Ellie Hayati, of the Dean of the Faculty of Psychology of UAD. It was followed by a prayer that was delivered to us by another Queen, of course, Dr. Teresa de Guzman. And that we had a forward from Dr. Rusdi Umar, the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs of the University of Amadalan. And the next one was a keynote speech coming from our colleague from University of South Africa, Knowledge Making, Coloniality, Violence, and Freedom by Dr. Nick Malherbe, which actually set the tone for this conference, and that we were introduced to several new terminologies, which include epistemicide, myopic canonization, and linguisticide. And it was followed by, of course, in the afternoon, a deepening of the topic, of course. And then we now proceed with we had 3 plenary speakers. And the first plenary speech was delivered by Dr. Maria Teresa de Guzman, who gave us an overview of the historical background of IKSP and the series of conferences that took place first in the Philippines, second one online, and now the third one here in Yogyakarta. And that, of course, planning for the fourth IKSP. So we're looking forward to that as well for the family to grow. Next up is the second plenary speech of course, Dr. Festa Yumpi, another queen, and that from University of Muhammadiyah Jember, and focused on the process towards family resilience, the experiences of Muslim families with children with neurodevelopmental disorder in Indonesia. And the third plenary speaker yesterday was, of course, Dr. Ellie Hayati on the psychology amidst challenges of climate change. This was moderated by Professor Alvaro Calara. All right. So in the afternoon, we had 2 separate sessions, workshops. So the first workshop is on the scholarship and practice of death, dying, and violence and disaster, which was moderated by Professor Maria Emelinda Mendoza from the University of the Philippines. And that the second workshop was in the afternoon was Decolonizing Psychologies, Undoing Disciplines, Indigeneity, and Liberatory Praxis, which was moderated by Dr. Nick Malherbe. It was then followed by a cultural night. I do hope all of us were able to appreciate the diversity and the unity that we have in this conference. So the cultural night was facilitated and moderated by Professor Alvaro Calara, and we had very good presentations, on-the-spot presentations coming from our students from UAD, from our colleagues also from the Cordillera region. And we look forward maybe tonight if we can have another one so that our colleagues from South Africa will now be performing their traditional dance for women. I look forward to that as well. I think they have prepared well enough for that. Okay. Now for today's activity for day 2, we will have four plenary speakers, and that the topics would be on the IKSP on climate change resilience of the ITAS of Mount Pinatubo, its implications to human health and planetary health. And this is going to be delivered to us live via Zoom by Dr. Leonardo Estacio Jr. And then the 5th plenary talk will be given on inquiring into the concept of perpetual land trust using the lens of moral extensionism, the case of the Masungi Geo Reserve and the laws on protected areas and indigenous rights. It's a recorded talk by Dr. Antonio P. Contreras. So our morning plenary will be moderated by Dr. Ella. And then in the after, it will be followed by another plenary talk by Dr. Emilinda Mendoza on Death, Dying, and Disaster, A View from Human Ecology, to be followed by Archaeology of the Philippines and its relations to South Asia and Southeast Asia, by Dr. Eusebio Dizon. Then we will have six parallel sessions, which will be discussed later in the afternoon for the room assignments. So our participants online will have a choice to join the breakout sessions for the parallel sessions. So Bu Lela, this will be the activities for today's event.
Thank you, Dr. Rita, for the comprehensive recap and what we will do in the second day. And before we entering the plenary, invite plenary speaker, I would like to start this with just short poems from Rumi. He is a Sufism. The entitle is Love and Beauty. Okay, I will read the poems. Love and Beauty by Rumi. Wherever beauty is, love finds its nest, seeing a rosy cheek's beauty. Love lights up in flames, seeing her face hidden by her long dark tresses. In the folds of the night, love finds its heart. Beauty becomes love. They dive into each other. They become one. The law of beauty and love, always together. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. And now we invite the first speaker for the plenary session, Dr. Leonardo R. Estacio Jr., Professor, Department of Behavioral Sciences, College of Art and Sciences, University of the Philippines, Manila. He will deliver us the IKSP on climate change resilience on the ITAS of Pinatubo. Is it correct? Mount Pinatubo, its implication to human health and planetary health. Dr. Leonardo R. Estacio Jr. will be delivered it online, live online from Zoom. Okay, time is yours, Dr. Leonardo R. Estacio.
On behalf of UP Manila, I would like Denver, University of South Africa, Sherlock Institute of Forensic Sciences. And first off, I'd like to commend the leadership of University of Ahmad Dalan for the their generosity in hosting this third international conference. Of course, salute to Dean Dr. Ellen Ayaki, also Professor Maria Teresa Guzman, working together with organizing committees we successfully hold this conference. So first off, my advance congratulations, colleagues, my fellow invited speakers, and other presenters, the moderators, and the staff, uh, and particularly all our participants who are joining us online and in person. Pleasant morning to all of you. So my name is General Gustavo Jr. and from University of the Philippines, Manila, and I'm pleased to present to you my plenary talk entitled The IKSP on Climate Change Resilience of the ITAS of Mount Pinatubo, Its Implications to Human Health and Planetary Health. On screen is the abstract of my presentation, but just to summarize it, I will be drawing from scientific literature and studies done on climate change resilience on of the ITAS of Mount Pinatubo, and from there, I will be sharing a nuanced reflexivity through an autoethnographic lens as informed by critical realist theories of human ecology and cultural ecology. And I wish to argue that climate resilient peoples are those able to withstand the effects, both harmful and damaging, of climate change as informed by natural hazards and including culture change by maintaining, sustaining, strengthening the time-tested climate change-related IKSPs. And I wish to further argue that the indigenous knowledge systems and practices an indispensable survival kit among the indigenous peoples like the Aitas of Mount Pinatubo has contributed significantly to the resilience to climate change. The Aitas therefore can be an exemplar of climate change resilient peoples. To guide us in my discussion, I will be grappling with the three important questions. Who are the Aitas of Mount Pinatubo? What characterizes them? What makes them climate change resilient? And what is the implication of their climate change resiliency to planetary health concerns? But first off, let me invite you to level up our understanding of some terms so that we will not be confused. So why autoethnography? Well, autoethnography makes use of lived experiences to describe and critique cultural beliefs, practices, and uses reflexivity to interrogate intersections between self and society, particular and general, the personal and political, among others. It uses a lot of creative forms such as short stories, poetry, novels, and including social science prose. In this presentation, I will be using the social science prose. And next, of course, next concept is what we now all know about, the indigenous knowledge systems and practices. And we all know that IKSP sometimes referred to as indigenous knowledge, traditional knowledge, local knowledge, and most especially traditional ecological knowledge. And of course, we all know that this is quite unique. This knowledge system is unique and is contextualized to a given culture, location, or society. But I'll be using IKSP as defined by a law in the Philippines, the Republic Act, Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act, which refers to IKSP as biological, cultural, and intellectual properties of the indigenous peoples. It refers to sciences, technologies, and cultural manifestations that are, of course, found within the ancestral domain. And of course, this includes resources, traditional medicines, vital medicinal plants, knowledge of flora and fauna, including oral traditions, designs, and visual and performing arts. Very inclusive. So I'd just like to, of course, invite you to share with you that there are two classic knowledge systems, and they're just they are at loggerheads of each other. The indigenous knowledge systems and the Western knowledge system. One is out to control, and the other is just wishes to practice it as a way of life. The other one is culture bound. The other one is class based, and of course, I'm referring to Western knowledge, hegemonic, class based, authentic, and not keen on preserving biodiversity and looks land as capital and exploits non-renewable energies. And of course, political economy-wise is the dominant knowledge system. On the other hand, the indigenous knowledge system is sort of a way of life. It's culture-bound, ecocentric, and protective of biodiversity, and considers land as sacred and land as life. And unfortunately, is disappearing knowledge system. But of course, it advocates traditional medicine or ethnomedicine vis-a-vis biomedicine. So climate change is referred to also in two laws in the Philippines, the Climate Change Act of 2009 and also the Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Act of 2010. And they refer to climate change as a change in climate that can't be identified by changes in the mean or variability, and that it persists for long periods or a decade or longer, whether due to natural variability or as a result of human activity. So either it's through natural hazards or to change. And of course, there's this term also called climate change vulnerability, which is referred to as the propensity of society to suffer from damages in the occurrence of a given hazard. And that natural hazard actually can become a disaster, depending on various factors: demographic, social, cultural, economics, political, of course, environmental. And another concept is resilience, which refers to as the capability of people to respond in the face of natural hazards, defined by some as that. The others also define it as the capacity of system, community, or society to resist or change in an acceptable level of functioning and structure. For this sharing, I created an operational definition of climate change resilience as survival tactics and strategies employed by culture sharing groups in confronting the effects of climate change, both natural and cultural hazards or disasters. And culture change, of course, infused by acculturation and diffusion of technological, economic, behavioral factors, as drawn from the people's indigenous knowledge systems and practices. And finally, planetary health, because I will be looking at the implications of planetary health. In the title of my presentation is the IKSP on climate change resiliency of the ITAS Mount Pinatubo, its implications on human health and planetary health. But I realized that given the definition of planetary health, to reverse this trend to better balancing human need and preservation of the earth to sustain the health and well-being of future generations. So, as I mentioned earlier, I'll be using autoethnography, but of course, using two important studies on which I'm also involved in. The title is already on screen, and the other one is also a study human ecology of UP Baños to assess the role of indigenous knowledge systems and practices in climate change resiliency among the ITAs of Mount Pinatubo. I will also be drawing from other studies, review of literature that are found to be, that I cited, are found relevant to the study. So just to give a short recap of the methodology, the research done for IDO, the primary data is done through a participatory active research, of course, but subjecting it into ethics review clearance by institutional review board. We recruited, oriented, and trained community-based researchers, ITA peoples and non-ITA peoples, some of them that are staying in the research sites. And also, we trained them on how to conduct research, survey, and applied ethnography. And then thereafter, they gathered the data, doing house-to-house survey, focus group discussions, informative interviews, including direct observation, some photo documentation, and of course to triangulate the findings to validate what we have found. And then we engaged in data analysis and interpretation, and did wrote together with the stakeholders, researchers, community-based researchers, also the key informant, the leaders of the indigenous peoples, and then submitted a terminal report. So these are just some of the visual ethnography of what I've just shared as data gathering processes. You can see there Norman King, the one who mimic the bird calls, is one of our community-based researchers. And we have both females and males, ITA and some non-ITA community-based researchers in 4 communities. There they engage in, after they were trained, they engaged in focus group discussions in various sites, and also house-to-house survey. And we also did some botanical research, ethnotheological research, and of course engage in identifying and classifying herbal plants that comes handy during natural hazards or disasters that people usually use, and then also preserve some of them to mounting them in a simple herbarium. And thereafter, when we were able to gather all the data, we presented it to the peoples for validation, to confirm whether or not the data that gathered valid, and if there are additional information of course they have to share. And then of course, since they are the knowledge bearers, the true owners of the knowledge, then they are the experts really. So moving on, let us proceed with addressing the 3 questions. So, and I will be sharing and presenting based on these various areas. So the socio-demographic characteristics of the ITAs, the types of climate change conditions experienced, the effects, their IKSP on climate resiliency, the application of climate change resiliency to climate error, and conclusion and application. So for the first questions, for the ITAs of Mount at least 110 ethnic linguistic groups in the Philippines, and most of the indigenous peoples in our national population, we have around more than, I think, 120 million, around 10%, 1.2 million are considered as indigenous peoples. And our National Commission on Indigenous Peoples created 1, 2, 3, 5, 7 areas. But of course, we have 13 regions in the country, but they just created 7 ethnographic areas because that's where the places where the indigenous peoples live. For this particular study, the the Aita are located in all considered as Aita. Aita is used as a collective term for several IP groups, and sometimes the Aitas are referred to as the Philippine Negrito. And for this study, there are three main traditional animist and also with kinky hairs and dark colors. So the Aitas of Mount Miyutubu Bala, Magtansi, Mag-Indi, Magbukon, and Nabelen, and we'll be just focusing, in our study, we just focus on Aita Sambal and Magtansi and some Aita Mag-Indi. We all know that the Aitas are natural ecologists and experts in jungle survival. In fact, during the consultants and trainers in jungle survival by the U.S. Army and U.S. Navy when they went to Vietnam. So they learned all the tricks in jungle survival, and they were the professors of the American soldiers. And they're quite knowledgeable in forest ecosystems, and they practice land life philosophy, so they recognize collective management and stewardship of their ancestral domain territories. And of course, they consider the forest ecosystems and the rest of the environment where they live as sacred. And they are well recognized as experts in herbal plants and medicines because of their in-depth knowledge of the medical uses of numerous herbal plants and medicines located in their territory. And they have possessed strong kinship and support systems, as well as they're highly spiritual, they commune with nature and environmental spirits. And unlike other indigenous peoples, they are not as warrior-like as some. Probably they're just mild warrior. They are peace-loving peoples, and because of this, they're prone to exploitation and of course discrimination. So let's now proceed to the participants of the data that we study, the people that we work with. So either located in 4 locations, 2 provinces, and 300. We have had 300 participants, and in terms of the demographic characteristics, most of them are young people, aged 17 to 50, still quite young. And you know, in the Aita culture, if you they marry at a young age, a young age, 12 years old, they already get married. So if you're a female and you still were unmarried, you're 20 years old, you're already considered as an old maid, their culture. And in terms of civil status, many of the participants were married, and of course, as you can see, in terms of educational attainment, they are all more or less literate. Most are graduated from most were able to go to formal schooling, and the household number is around 4 to 7. And surprisingly, interestingly, most of them are Christianized. I heard a while ago the newly married couple, Dr. Dane, and she said that they're already Christians, but they still perform the traditional wedding. So in terms of the experience, their lived experience on natural hazards turned natural disasters, I think they went through volcanic eruptions, a lot of tropical storms and earthquake and also flooding and landslide. The most traumatic ones are the eruption of Mount Pinatubo and Typhoon Haiyan. And in terms of the risk that they went through, most of them got sick and were hospitalized due to natural hazards that turned into disaster. And in terms of their health and well-being, many of them experienced nervous breakdown and got ill with ordinarily with just fever, cough, and colds. And some were injured in terms of the risk of their habitation site, including their house and livelihood. Of course, um, more than majority got their house damaged and destroyed, and also their livelihood, the rice farms and their Sweden farms. And in terms of the risk on the environment, many trees were uprooted, soil erosion, sea the mountains, and flooding, and also infrastructures were damaged, mostly schools and roads and bridges, including hospitals. And in terms of the effects after the risk, the effects of the disasters on their well-being, experience malnutrition of children and adults, senior citizens were malnourished because of the lack of food. They get starved because most of their produce were destroyed, and of course their harvest were reduced to almost to smithereens, and also their income. In terms of the housing, they need repairs, and some children they almost have stopped schooling, and of course also the some of the animals in the forest got lost. So there's an impact more than almost more than half of the, the flora, fauna in the forest are gone. And in terms of relationship amongst the tribes, the disaster or natural hazards strengthened their camaraderie and community unity, and they relied on each other or sometimes alone in solving the problems. But they also, because of the ayuda or help relief from the government, they developed some dependency syndrome, and uh, well, significantly their IKSP diminished. So, so this were the net effect of the climate change, as I already shared. Now let's shift to the main one. What makes them climate change resilient despite the natural hazards and disasters they experience, the risk effects and the outcomes? Well, the climate resiliency is anchored on 8 domains. The early warning systems on climate change domain, emergency shelter from nature, capacity of the instant building of emergency shelter, and then ready to pick natural food from the forest, the gasak, and their surroundings, and their knowledge of storing rainwater and making fire to fight cold and cook food. Of course, the knowledge of herbal plants and medicines, and sustainable student farms, and the strong cohesion support system, and their ritual and spiritual work. So just a quick review. We have gathered various data. I remember early on during the opening of these morning sessions, we heard Norman King mimicking bird calls from various birds. So early on in their lives, they are able to really mimic, and even so that's why they have this wonderful relationship. They can easily uh, catch birds, no, for food. So they know how to interpret sounds and behavioral patterns for signs of incoming change in weather, seasons, or even disasters. through their knowledge of wild birds, insects, and plants as early warning systems. For example, a particular sound of bird call is already indicative of either an incoming natural hazard or a change of the weather. And also in terms of the behavior of birds. No? For example, if one bird called Bingley, if it chirps continuously, it means that a natural disaster or a typhoon is coming. And also when a high flying bird suddenly goes slow flying, it means that there's a change of weather. So a high flying bird that goes low flying means that there's a strong wind uh, in and therefore there will be an incoming storm. Okay. Also, the behavior of plants. For example, the agoro plant when it starts producing roaring sound, a strong rain or typhoon will be incoming. This particular tree, the cotton tree, when it is without leaves, then it's dry season and it begins to sprout new leaves. Then the start of the rainy season. And also wild animals such as the wild chicken. The wild chicken, according to them, until the rainy season stops, it does not grow. So when the rainy season stops, then it grows. It means it's already dry season. Okay. Of course, we now know on the behavior also of the atmosphere. It's common knowledge now, but they still refer to it, given that they're mostly in the geographically isolated areas. So in terms of the, when we tried to request them to simulate the building of an emergency shelter, it only took them less than an hour to set it up. And because they are able to get available materials in the near surroundings, and they are able to mobilize everybody. So young people and women, and also, of course, the males, they work together, and in less than an hour, they're able to create a temporary shelter. And most of the shelters that they build, whenever a strong typhoon comes, are built near their gasak or their Sweden farms, because the gasak is their food base. That's where they get their food. And so in terms of their, of course, in terms of food resources, when Mount Pinatubo erupted, of course, the mountains, the forest ecosystems were totally destroyed. And when relief operations came way back in the 1990s, what they requested is rather for them to go back to their rice farms and the gasak farms, and to rebuild their communities and their environment. So now, of course, it took almost a generation for them to rebuild, and so they are able to now develop and sustain the forests and also their children farms. So as you can see, they don't have any problems with their food base, and sometimes I ask why is it that the fig fruit or the tiboy, which was found edible according to literature, why is it that they are not eating it? And they said that it's for the pigs and bats, the wild boars and fruit bats. So they really have the culture of sharing and caring towards other fauna. Okay, so I'm just trying to share to you that what makes them resilient because their food base is okay. They have all the resources, including edible insects and, of course, fruits and root crops. And they also demonstrated to us how they can easily collect rainwater during typhoon, so they will not run out of edible water or water that they can use, even if the typhoon will last for a week or so. So they kind of demonstrated to us, and they also demonstrated to us how to make fire the way they taught the American soldiers. And of course, this we found out in the data that we the survey data that they only cuts fever, colds, cough. I think the most uh, chronic one is the area, and so uh, they are experts. So they even up to now they are able to maintain. Even the children, young people are able to gather herbal plants and animals just within their communities. So we try to review and based on the study of facts and the other researchers, I think they were able to sustain their wealth of knowledge of herbal plants and medicines. So yes, I'm just sharing to you slides the data that gathered, and in terms of their Sweden farms, are it's not actually small, no? Because their ancestral domain, but so they have a lot of Sweden in terms of the size of the Sweden farms. It can be one whole hill, so they are able to sustain that. But of course, most of this are for subsistence, and now they're also raising cash crops to augment their livelihood. And so uh, because for so many years they were Aitas of Tubu and other indigenous peoples are accused of destroying the forest ecosystem, but we now know that the way they manage the Sudan farms are in sustainable manner. And so in terms of their strong support system, I think it can be manifested in the way they set up the temporary shelter where everybody volunteered, and it's naturally volunteered. They were not forced to do so, and they did it with gusto and with joy in their hearts. And so in terms of their practice of sacred uh, performances as rituals. So it's embedded because they commune with nature and the nature spirit. So it's an ongoing thing, even though they were, converted into Christianity 100% according to the data gathered. They still were able to strike a balance in terms of their spirituality. For them, it's a balanced spirituality. So they still revere, for example, the Apo na Mayari, their supreme deity, and they perform sacred acts such as the paganito. They offer ritual animals and do prayers. If there are natural hazards or disasters that come, they perform ritual, and even during uh, the strong typhoons, they also do some ritual like the pang-ingatan, where they offer their uh, their nature foods and heirloom to appease the spirits, and of course for the hazard to already end. And after that, they also show their thanksgiving by performing another ritual like pag-iig. So, despite being assimilated into the culture of the non-Aita and being Christianized, as evidenced by the survey, Aita people still maintain their animistic belief systems and practices, including their ecocentric and holistic view of consulting the spirits, working with nature, and caring with others for human health and well-being, as well as planetary health. So for the last questions, what is the implication of the climate change resiliency of ITAS to planetary health? So using these heuristics, where we look at the various stages in terms of the disaster risk reduction and various factors, physical, social, political, and economic, and the possible outcome or impact based on the study done by another researcher way back, was able to do an analysis and compare what makes the ITA resilient. So in terms of disaster preparedness, they were able to observe the behavior of plants and animals, fortify their houses, store food, water, and supplies, and prepare treatments needed for emergency situations. So they are able to strengthen their houses, and because of their strong social organizations, we are able to share resources and, of course, human power in preparing for disaster, and they rely on their council of elders for decision making in disaster preparation, and of course, they all have the root crops and the forest resources nearby where they can use as their food base, and their knowledge of the behavior of plants and animals provide them early warning systems when climate change comes. And the outcome is they are able to anticipate and evaluate the early warning using the early warning systems, and prepare well for the onslaught of the disaster in a cost-efficient and natural way of anticipation. Some negative outcomes are not all, of course, natural hazard can be monitored by early warning systems. So in terms of disaster relief and response, they're very proactive. So I think they're used to they're self-reliant, except for the Mount Pinatubo eruption, where they relied on others, particularly the government. They are naturally self-reliant and rely on their kinship system and support system, so that makes them resilient. And of course, they can rescue and counsel each other. No? And although proven effective in terms of the negative outcome, not all illnesses could be cured by herbal medicines and remedies when, or even injuries. So that's one of the negative outcome. But in terms of weighing it all together, they are still quite resilient in terms of during disasters, and including the disaster prevention and mitigation. So they are able to look, evaluate, for example, slopes that are weak and that are vulnerable for soil erosion. So they don't put their houses there, their abode, and that's one of the things that they have naturally. And then in terms of rehabilitation and recovery, so because of the strong social support system, they can easily mobilize everybody to repair damaged infrastructures, and in terms of helping attend to those who are recovering from the trauma. They are able to share resources, skills, and time, and the Council of Elders politically are able to play the leadership roles in terms of rehabilitation and recovery, and of course, economics. They share the resources, and so it's nobody is left behind. Of course, environmentally, the extensive damage of forest ecosystems because of their knowledge of the environment, they know how to uh, uh, put the natural environment in its healthy condition over time. So, of course, if there are you know big storms and earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, we needed external help. So uh, they cannot just rely on themselves all the time. So in summary, the physically all damaged structures identified and assessed and proposed rehabilitation and recovery work done. Socially, they work together. They have this term, they call it subu-subu, subu-subu or biennial system or committee organizing system. Politically, the Council of Elders leaders play the leadership role well, and economically, economic loss incurred can be quite recovered through the sack farms and other livelihood sources. Environmentally, damaged ecosystems and natural resources are assessed and immediate actions are proposed or attempted. So, with all this data from the initial study done by one of the researchers and the one that we did recently, we can actually argue that indeed the ITAs are climate resilience. And what are the implications on human health? Of course, the culture of communing with nature uh, provides that sort of a nature therapy for stress management. So it has restorative effects, and the culture of preventive health or primary health care focus. We all know that in the data they don't have really that serious health conditions, except for asthma and diarrhea. And of course, we now know that their Sweden farms are they are able to develop it to be sustainable, where they can source health foods that are grown organically, not with chemical fertilizers and pesticides, and ready to use therapeutic foods. And the performance of ritual also is indicative of healing in terms of psychic health and spiritual health. So the notion of health is quite holistic. And in terms of their scientific work, I think we can consider them as indigenous scientists because they keep on also innovating, adapting, and experimenting on how best they can work with the environment for their health and for the health of the planet. So their work on knowledge on herbal and medicines can be a good source for the discovery of new drugs and affordable medicines. In terms of planetary health, their practice of looking at the land as sacred, land as life, and not land can be turned into capital and owned is indicative of non-exploitative attitude to the natural environment that it promotes biodiversity conservation and sustainable development. So the practice of sustainable within farms, of course, they don't use that much agrochemicals. That's the health of the soil and the plants are maintained. So that people buy from them uh, cheaply, and they get a healthier source of vegetables and food crops. And look, when we ask them on how they look at their Mount Pinatubo, they said that they have their own cultural mapping of Mount Pinatubo. And, they identified a lot of sacred sites they called tahen, and they declared those strategic sites as taboo for hunting and gathering and cutting down of forest trees. Thus, they have a spiritual quote-unquote way of managing the forest ecosystems and promoting biodiversity conservation and ecological balance. Of course, there's strong kinship systems and communalistic spirit. Of course, shows that they can easily mobilize their groups to promote biodiversity conservation and sustainable development. So to conclude, the finding shows that the ITAS of Mount Pinatubo possess indigenous knowledge systems and practices on climate change resilience that are preserved, sustained, and transmitted intergenerationally, and that can be referenced as strategic response for disaster risks reduction management and health emergencies, especially in geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas. Also, the findings show that the documented IKSPs, the 8 domains, can be transformed into IKSP-based and IKSP-inspired technologies for disaster risk reduction and management and health emergencies for the benefit of the Aita peoples, the Filipino public, and the rest of humanity. So to conclude, their long-established and time-tested knowledge of the forest ecosystems is vital key for the Aitas in their resilience to disaster and climate change. Their sustainable and biodiversity kasak for agroforestry farms serve as major food source in times of disaster. Flexibility and high adaptive strategy as an asset in the resilience to both culture and climate change can be, of course, seen, and the strong kinship and social network relations is really an asset in the disaster and climate change resilience. And finally, their balance, spirituality, and affinity with nature, both material and non-material, is promotive of biodiversity conservation, sustainable development, and planetary health. So, of course, some recommendations, they need to further scale up their knowledge of herbal and medicines and plants and towards development of safe and affordable medicines. Ensure enforcement of their village ordinance protective of the natural environment. And there is also the call for them to blend instead of negate, blend indigenous knowledge systems and practices with ecocentric Western knowledge systems and practices to protect biodiversity loss, promote biodiversity conservation practices, and planetary health. And finally, implement the IKSP and customary laws of culture and life of the indigenous peoples that adhere to land is sacred and land is life philosophy and practice. I'd like to thank all the 300 participants and our community-based researchers for making us gather this data and to be able to prove that indeed us even at this point in time still climate change resilient. We also thank our institutions that state institution that funded the project, the Philippine Council for Research and Development, and other collaborators, the tribal leaders of the IT communities, the University of the Philippines, Manila, College of Art Sciences, the National Institute of Health, Institute of Herbal Medicine, Benguet State University, Food Science Research and Innovation Center, the National Commission of Indigenous Peoples, Region 3, and our community-based researchers and participants. So these are just some. So, terima kasih. And I don't know, but I was informed by, Dr. By one of the organizers that I can also proceed with my other presentation, the non-traditional research, but is it okay? May I get your permission before I will proceed? So I'll stop from there for now.
Presentation and also important research. Yeah.
Yeah.
We have one invited plenary speaker, Dr. Antonio P. Contreras, Professor of School of Environmental Sciences and Management, University of Philippines, Los Baños. He will deliver inquiring into the concept of perceptual land trust using the lens of moral extensionism, the case of Masungi Georeserve and the laws on protected areas and indigenous rights. Professor Contreras will deliver recorded in video. Please welcome. We will wait.
Madam Chair, I already submitted the video online, so I think let's just wait for it to be played.
Oh yeah. Professor Contreras is also being in person online. Big applause to Professor Contreras. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, before we go to the um, video recording, okay, would you please, Dr. Rita, to describe in brief about ITAS?
So earlier during the presentation of Dr. Estacio, I was explaining to Bu Lela what the Aitas are. This is a very big group of indigenous peoples in Luzon, which is the biggest island in the Philippines, and that what's very interesting in the presentation of Dr. Estacio is the identification of different IKSPs that would span climate change, resilience, as well as their indigenous knowledge and practices on health, especially planetary health. So I have noted here several, such as natural early warning systems on climate change. Earlier in the Nitros, we saw Mr. Norman King showing us the bird calls, and that in the discussion of Dr. Estacio, we saw that our IP, our ITAs actually have different descriptions for the bird calls, and that's very interesting on my part because I would hear these birds around, but I have no interpretation on what these means. But for the ITAs, these are early warning systems for them. And I think what's valuable is that I'm thinking about how are these indigenous knowledge and practices um, intertwined with how with the background on policies, how are these being married in terms of present practices and present implementation of programs on disaster risk reduction, mitigation, and management. So, but I'll reserve that question for later during the open forum, and hopefully we get to hear more from Dr. Estacio as well. That's really what struck me the most. I am very much interested with the bird calls. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My
Okay,
name
thank you,
is
Dr.
Dr.
Rita.
Antonio P. Contreras. I'm a professor at the School of
Okay, yeah.
Environmental Science and Management of the
The
University of
video
the
is
Philippines at
already
Los
at
Baños.
Zoom. Okay,
Before
yeah.
I start, let me just begin by saying that I'm sorry I cannot be with you physically there much as I want to. In fact, I was already ready to go, but I was advised by my doctor not to fly during this time when I'm having some intermittent asthma attack. And So my doctor was worried that my asthma will be aggravated by travel. So I hope you understand, but I really wish to be with you physically. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Antonio P. Contreras. I'm a professor at School of Environmental Science and Management of the University of the Philippines at Los Baños. Before I start, let me just begin by saying that I'm sorry I cannot be with you physically there much as I want to. In fact, I was already ready to go, but I was advised by my doctor not to fly during this time when I'm having some intermittent asthma attack. And so my doctor was worried that my asthma will be aggravated by travel. So I hope you understand, but really wish to be with you physically. But, I had to follow doctor's advice. But in any case, I tried to now record my presentation to you, and let me now go to it without much ado. Let me go to slideshow and from beginning. So let me just state the title of my presentation. It is inquiring into the concept of perpetual land trust using the lens of moral extensionism, the case of the Masungi Geo Reserve, and the laws on protected areas and indigenous rights. Now, let me just begin with the legal context. In 2017, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources and a private foundation, the Masungi Geo Reserve Foundation, entered into an agreement where the latter is going to protect an area, the Masungi Geo Reserve. Now, the agreement contained a provision that is now becoming controversial. And let me just read to you that portion of the agreement. It says, quote, "It is the intent of both parties that the project area shall be constituted as a perpetual land trust for conservation, subject to law. Masungi will be trustee and shall continue to be so for as long as there is no neglect or violation of the agreement." However, this is now being criticized to go against the provision of the 1987 Constitution of the Republic of the Philippines, which states, and I'm not going to read anymore the entire code. It simply states that all natural resources are owned by the state. And the exploration, development, and utilization of these natural resources shall be under the full control of the state. And the state may directly undertake such activities, or it may enter into co-production, joint venture, or production sharing agreements with Filipino citizens or corporations or associations, at least 60% of which is owned by Filipino citizens. However, this is an important provision, part of the provision, that those agreements may be only for a period not exceeding 25 years, renewable for another 25 years. So it is obvious that this constitutional provision appears to run in conflict with the provision of the 2017 MOA between DNR and MGFI, where MGFI is now given a perpetual land trust. So what is now the proposition of this paper? I argue that the limitation of the period to 25 years, renewable for another 25 years, appears to apply only to extraction, utilization, and development activities. It is very clear that the exploration, development, and utilization of natural resources are the ones that are included. And the idea of a perpetual land trust, therefore, may be unconstitutional for these activities because it exceeds 25 years. However, if it is solely for protection purposes, then it may be constitutional. So that is the proposition I'm making. So the key arguments of this paper is that it will try to inquire into the concept of a perpetual land trust using the lens of environmental ethics, particularly on the ethical theories associated with moral extensionism, specifically that propounded by Christopher Stone. And this inquiry will use as reference the constitutional, legal, and philosophical basis for protected area management in the Philippines pursuant to Republic Act 7586 or the National Integrated Protected Area Systems Law of 1992, amended by RA 11038 or the extended INIPAS law. It will further consider the role of indigenous constructs as articulated in RA 8371, which is another law, the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act. It will argue that the concept of a perpetual land trust could not be facially attacked as patently unconstitutional, and it is ethically consistent with the intent of legislations on protecting the environment and indigenous rights, and it's not prohibited by the 1987 Constitution. So, let me just begin first by saying that environmentalism in the Philippines is predominantly in the form of revisions of what I call anthropocentrism, where the ethics is very much focused on human beings. And it could not be hardly classified as biocentric or ecocentric. And inherent in the cosmology or environmental worldviews of ordinary Filipinos is the widespread adherence to the Judeo-Christian ethical tradition. Because as you very well know, the Philippines is very much dominated by Christians, okay? Where only human beings are given moral standing. And this perspective draws much of its philosophical anchor on the Aristotelian view that natural objects have no moral status. Aristotle's environmental ethics, for example, could be summed up in this quote. And he said, plants exist for the sake of animals. All other animals exist for the sake of man. Tame animals for the use he can make of them, as well as for the food they provide. And as for wild animals, most, though not all of this, can be used for food and are useful in other ways. Clothing and tools can be made out of them. If then we are right in believing that nature makes nothing without some end in view, nothing to no purpose, it must be that nature has made all things specifically for the sake of man. So that is the argument of Aristotle. I'm sorry. Sorry, let me first drink my water. Sorry about that. Now, so it is very clear that if you look at the Filipino worldview regarding the environment, it is very much anthropocentric or centered on human beings. And Thomas Aquinas framed it within a theological context by arguing that man has the right to kill or use animals, as this is what God has commanded. Okay? Immanuel Kant, who is another Western philosopher, spoke of duties to future generations and by extension to nature, but clarified that these are to be interpreted as duties to human beings regarding to nature. They are not duties to nature, but they are duties to human beings about nature. And René Descartes dismissed any possibility for plants and animals to acquire moral standing since they lack consciousness. However, there are those who argue that contrary to the view that Descartes adhered to the dominion theory, where humans took charge of the earth on behalf of God, that in fact, Descartes believed that it is good for humans to subordinate their interest to that of the universe, which presumably include nature. So there is some kind of a controversy on whether Descartes really is truly someone who adhered to the dominion theory, that humans are the center of the universe. Now, Jeremy Bentham radically altered the anthropocentric construct of moral standing by positing that animals can be accorded moral standing simply because they are sentient or that they can feel pain. In fact, he is quoted to have said or asked, is it the faculty of reason or perhaps the faculty of discourse? But a full-grown horse or dog is beyond comparison, a more rational as well as more conversational animal than an infant of a day or a week or even a month old. But suppose they were otherwise, what would it avail? The question is not, can they reason, nor can they talk, but can they suffer? So Bentham argued that if you can feel pain, then you must somewhat be given moral standing. John Passmore argued that humans have responsibilities toward the natural world, but not because it has an inherent moral right, but because such will advance human interests. And William Blackstone argued that humans have rights to a livable environment, and such is essential for humans to avail of the rights to liberty, happiness, life, and property. And Joel Feinberg transcended anthropocentrism and offered an ethical theory that was willing to grant moral standing to higher form of animals, like the ones that you use as pets, like dogs, but not to lower forms, and definitely not to plants. It was Christopher Stone that actually radically advanced the view that moral rights can be extended even to the ecosystem and to natural objects. So, working with the framework of legal rights, Stone argued that in order to be accorded a legal right, one must satisfy three criteria. First, that the thing can institute legal action at its behests. Second, that in determining the granting of legal relief, the court must take injury to it into account. And third, that relief must run to be benefit of it. To support his argument that natural objects can have legal standing, Stone drew parallelism with the case of corporations and the mentally incapable, who retains their moral and legal standing through the assignment of a trustee or guardian. He further considered as parallel the compensation that legal personalities receive when injured to the existence of payments made as fines by those who destroy property or cause environmental damage. It is in Stone's theory that the ethical context of the concept of an environmental trustee emerges. So it is in Stone, it is Christopher Stone who theorized about the construct of an environmental trustee. And yet, we must also emphasize that all the theories that I have just explained to you are very Western. They're theorized by Western philosophers, Western political thinkers. And yet, beyond or even before this Western thinking, there is already an indigenous concept of land trust. It is largely recognized that non-Western cosmologies have always been organically embedded in a discourse of stewardship, where humans do not have dominion over the earth, but are best its mere trustees, or as quote, stewards of the planet's resources and biological diversity, who are inherently bestowed by their very nature with responsibility to preserve and sustain the natural order of the environment. And this is fundamentally different from the Western ethical theory of moral extensionism, where rights are accorded to nature only through legally assigned guardians or stewards. In fact, and let me quote, core features of indigenous worldviews are the interactive relationship between spiritual and material realms, intergenerational and collective orientations, that Mother Earth is a living being, a person with whom you have special relationships that are a foundation for identity and the interconnectedness and interdependence between all that exists, which locates humanity as part of Mother Earth's ecosystem alongside our relations in the natural world. So it is clear that indigenous peoples have a role, and by extension and attribution, their worldviews as stewards or trustees of the environment, and the perils that they face, as well as the indigenous construct of stewardship and trusteeship, is intergenerational, organic, and not just an embodiment of Western moral extensionism. And this has been amplified by UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres' address at the Columbia University when he said, I quote, indigenous knowledge distilled over millennia of close and direct contact with nature can help to point the way. Indigenous people make up less than 6% of the world's population, yet are stewards of about 80% of the world's biodiversity on land. Already, we know that nature managed by indigenous peoples is declining less rapidly than elsewhere. With indigenous peoples living on land that is among the most vulnerable to climate change and environmental degradation, it is time to, to hear their voices, reward their knowledge, and respect their rights. Now, but what is dominant right now is that the state remains to be the key actor in environmental protection. In fact, it is the primary environmental trustee. In the case of the Philippines, for example, the 1987 Constitution has rendered the Philippine state as a de facto trustee of the environment. Executive Order number 292, or the Admissive Code of the Philippines, has assigned this power to DNR. However, two things appear to be predominant in relation to this function of the state. First, it is clear that the discourse of the Constitution is predominantly economistic and is geared toward positioning the state as a regulator of the various extractive activities in relation to the environment. The wordings of the constitutions are clear. The state was granted the sole authority to control the exploration, development, and utilization of natural resources. And second, while the acquisition by the state of authority over the governance of the environment and natural resources exists, in the context of an anthropocentric worldview of considering the environment as a resource that can be exploited, it is also illustrative of William Blackstone's ethical theory in recognizing the right of humans to a livable environment. So an example of the land tenure instruments granted by the state to local communities, for example, and to third parties like associations and NGOs, in relation to resource use and management, clearly reflects this overarching philosophy. So what about the case of protected areas management? In 1991, Congress of the Philippines passed Republic Act 7586, which established the National Integrated Protected Area Systems in the country. And the text of the law was clear. It was predicated on the premise that the state has a duty to protect the environment, which is facing threats from an increasing population and its concomitant resource exploitation and industrial advancement. Section 2 of the law stipulates the premises and the commitments of the state, which embodies its policy in relation to environmental protection. So discursively, this is an affirmation of the role of the state as an environmental trustee. What is significant, however, in the context of the previous laws and pronouncements, which I discussed earlier, which focus on forest lands and resources, but are nevertheless representative of the overall direction, nature, and intent of the state, is that Republic Act 7586 is the first act of Congress that distinguishes protection from production. RA 7586, however, was amended by RA 11038, but RA 11038 did not alter or change the overall tenor of protection, albeit it even expanded its coverage. So what is the legal nature of protected areas management? The intent to protect embodied in RA 7586, as amended by RA 11038, clearly subsumes the discursive intent of the 1987 Constitution to limit the period of all instruments that are granted to juridical persons in relation to production and extraction activities. And this is 25 years, renewable for another 25 years. Thus, it is clear that forest, mineral, and national parks are not alienable and could not be subjected to private ownership. RA 7586, as amended by RA 11038, clearly distinguished production activities from protection and has provided that productive endeavors should be done in buffer zones that are adjacent to but outside protected areas. And Section 6 of RA 11038, which amends Section 8 of RA 7586, clearly stated the primacy of protection over production when it directed even privately titled lands that are in buffer zones to conform to the protected areas management plan. However, when protection takes precedence, there are exceptions that are made. A closer analysis of the acts prohibited reveals that absolute prohibition attaches to all productive activities. Exceptions can be made, but only when there is clearance from the Protected Area Management Board. This is the board where the various groups are represented, and limited to endeavors such as occupying or dwelling in any public land within the protected area, and constructing or erecting or maintaining any kind of structure, fence, or enclosure, conducting any business enterprise within the protected area. Okay. So when you do this, you have to have a clearance. Now, tenured migrants within protected areas can be provided with the status of being stewards. However, it is notable that production activities that are deemed incompatible with the protection functions stipulated in the law are prohibited. Aside from the buffer zones, there are established at the periphery of protected areas. The law also provides for multiple use zones, which are defined as the area where settlement, traditional and sustainable land use, including agriculture, agroforestry, extraction activities, and income generating or livelihood activities, and may be allowed to the extent prescribed in the Protected Area Management Plan. Okay? Now, there is this special agreement in protected areas or SAPA. The DNR allows juridical persons, including tenured migrants, indigenous communities, local government units, other government agencies, and private organizations to avail of this SAPA. However, indigenous communities and tenured migrants are given priority. SAPAs can be issued in protected areas except in strict protection zones, in accordance with the Protected Area Management Plan. The special uses that may be allowed include ecotourism facilities, campsites, communication facilities, transmission lines, irrigation, canals, waterways, rights of way for communication facilities, and transmission lines, aquaculture, scientific monitoring stations, agroforestry, and forest plantation. However, there is one structural problem inherent in the SAPA. Even as the priority is given to indigenous communities and tenured migrants, because of the complexity of the requirements, and there is even a financial requirement that you have some kind of a bond, then the opportunity can only be availed by financially capable companies or individuals, and not by tenured migrants, and more so by indigenous peoples. Okay? Now, before I further discuss the role of indigenous peoples in the advancement of land trusts, let me just first discuss with you the laws on indigenous rights. In 1997, as early as 1997, the Philippine Congress has passed RA 8371, or the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act, or IPRA. IPRA adopted as a state policy the recognition and promotion of the rights of indigenous cultural communities, or indigenous peoples, or IPs. And relevant to environmental protection is a commitment to protect the rights of ICCs and IPs to their ancestral domains to ensure their economic, social, and cultural well-being, and to recognize the applicability of customary laws governing property rights or relations in determining the ownership and extent of ancestral domain. In addition, the state committed to recognize, respect, and protect the rights of ICCs and IPs to preserve and develop their cultures, traditions, and institutions that includes indigenous knowledge systems. And the law has bestowed on the indigenous peoples the full recognition of being stewards and trustees of their ancestral domains and lands, and the environmental and natural resources that are found therein. Acting as stewards and trustees, the protection of critical watersheds, mangroves, wildlife sanctuaries, wilderness, protected areas, forest cover, or reforestation areas that are within their ancestral domains and lands are entrusted to these ICCs and IPs. And the state has in turn bestowed on ICCs and IPs the duty to preserve, restore, and maintain ecological balance within their ancestral domains and to protect the flora, fauna, watershed areas, and other reserves. It is also their duty to restore and reforest the nuded areas. In addition, they are given the priority rights in the harvesting, extraction, development, or exploitation of any natural resources within their ancestral domains. And should this be given to an external party, they will have a share on the revenues. So, the indigenous peoples technically are perpetual land trustees. There is a distinction that is now clear on the idea of trusteeship, which extends beyond protection activities, but now includes rights to extract and engage in productive activities. So the trusteeship that is given to IPs include rights to extract and engage in productive activities, and not just to protect. So ICCs and IPs are granted perpetual ownership rights on their ancestral domains. And furthermore, what is interesting is that their productive and protective and their productive and extractive activities within their ancestral domains and lands appear not to be bounded by any time limitation which are otherwise imposed on non-members of ICCs and IPs, who they will allow to engage in similar production and extraction activities within their areas covered by their ancestral domains or ancestral lands. So the IPs or the indigenous peoples are not subject to the 25-year renewable for another 25 years as long as they operate within their ancestral domains. It now appears that they have been granted perpetual rights to also engage in productive and extractive activities. So this is something that is interesting. So there seems to be a contradiction between RA 8371 and SAPA. Because in the policy on SAPA, indigenous peoples can qualify for a SAPA, but they have to apply for special use agreements if they wish to engage in production activities within their ancestral domains and lands that happen to be located within protected areas or in protected areas that are located within their ancestral domains and lands. And furthermore, they will have to technically pay the annual fee for the use of those lands. In addition, their special use privileges with a maximum period of 25 years, renewable for another 25 years. So it is now clear that if they have an ancestral domain and it falls within a protected area, or a protected area, a portion of that is in their ancestral domain, they can have a special agreement on that protected area, but they have to pay, they have to apply, and they will be subjected to the 25-year renewable for another 25-year rule. There is therefore a glaring contradiction between RA 8371 and the SAPA, which is pursuant to RA 7586 as amended by IRA 11038. So the law on indigenous peoples now appear to contradict with the protected areas system law. What is ever, however, clear is that SAPA is not a law, but a mere strategy pursuant to a law, while the protected the indigenous people's law is a law. There is no provision in RA 11038 which negates the perpetual nature of CADTs and CALTIs. So that is now the problem. It is also not entirely clear whether ICCs and IPs will have to apply for permits, lease, or special use agreements in order to engage in productive and extractive activities within their ancestral domains and lands. So there seems to be a contradiction between lands that are both ancestral domains and our protected areas. So there is a problem there. Now, the constitutionality of RA 8371, which created the Indigenous Peoples' Right Act, was actually challenged in the court, the Supreme Court of the Philippines, for the basic reason that it has practically granted ownership rights to ICCs and IPs on lands that are otherwise considered as inalienable and could not be disposed of. The court noted in GR 135385, which is a decision promulgated in 2000, that was 23 years ago, that the petitioners challenged several provisions of RA 371 on the ground that they amount to an unlawful deprivation of the state's ownership over lands of the public domain, as well as minerals and other natural resources therein, in violation of the Regalian Doctrine embodied in Section 2, Article 10 of the Constitution, that prohibits the ownership of public lands. However, the court was deadlocked. The Court of the Philippines is composed of 15 members. But during that time, there was a vacancy, so there were only 14. And the decision was 7-7. It was a tie. And failing to gain a majority, the petition to declare the law unconstitutional was dismissed. And therefore, until today, the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act, RA 8371, retained its status as a binding law. Thus, the inherent contradictions remain to fester. On a positive note, however, this could also offer spaces for bold interpretations and push for more innovative concepts, such as the idea of perpetual land trust in protected areas. So, the prospect for the concept of environmental stewards and trustees. The various tenure and allocation instruments awarded by the state clearly revealed the preponderance of the concept of stewardship, not only appropriated as a label for specific instruments or as appearing in the text of laws, policies, and rules, but as the unsaid philosophical backbone of state policy. The challenge is to assess whether the assignment of the status of guardian or trustee on certain juridical persons or NGOs or communities is consistent with Christopher Stone's requirements for this juridical person to be able to fully represent the environment to afford it some legal right. We should recall the three conditions cited by Stone which would be satisfied. First is that the trustee can institute legal action on behalf of the environment. Second, that the basis for granting legal relief is the injury that was inflicted on the environment. And third, that the relief must be used to benefit the environment. And it is clear that the state, the Philippine state, acquires the status of a guardian or a steward but can only outrightly satisfy are the first two conditions. The DNR can institute legal action against those who harm the environment, and the fines can be assessed relative to the environmental damages incurred. However, the third condition remains to be vague because we are not sure whether the fines really go back to that particular area unless the money derived from litigation is used to directly finance activities designed to rehabilitate the damaged environment to which the amount was assessed. Then Stone's conditions will not be completely satisfied, and that the state is not actually a perfect trustee of nature. Now, those persons, organizations that are awarded tenure and allocation rights by the government to have access to and use environmental resources for commercial purposes cannot be considered as environmental stewards, plain and simple, because they are given access rights to use, okay? But they are not trustees in a sense. And those that participate in community-based resource management can be deputized to enforce environmental law and thus become part of an endeavor that can be possibly be considered to satisfy some of the conditions of being labeled as stewards, guardians, or trustees of the environment, but not all of it. Okay? But something must be emphasized here. Because of the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act, the indigenous cultural communities and the indigenous peoples are clothed with the presumption of being natural stewards, not only by law, but by the moral and ethical discourse that bestows on them the label of being ecological peoples. So what about the prospects of the perpetual nature of land trusts? The prevailing tenure and allocation instruments in the legal landscape in relation to environment and natural resources in the Philippines is palpably skewed toward providing access for production activities. And that's why it's important to have the 25-year renewable for the 25-year limit. However, a closer scrutiny of the 1987 Constitution would reveal that such limitation on duration only applies to productive and extractive activities, but is relatively silent on protection. The legislation on protection has somewhat embodied, while not fully, an environmental ethics that went beyond the dominion theory, which is that theory that states that human beings were given dominion and control over the earth, where the environment was seen simply as a resource to be exploited, extracted, mined, and farmed. It embraced a new environmental ethics that exhibited at best an attempt towards Stone's ethical theory of moral extensionism relative to the natural world. And this was further amplified in the legislation that sought to recognize and protect indigenous people's rights. So in conclusion, it is about time to explore the possibility of bestowing the status of environmental trustees to juridical persons, which can include private entities. And such an instrument which would solely focus on the protection of the environment that will be unbounded by the constitutional limitation imposed on those engaged in production and extraction activities, but still subject to review and termination for just cause and after due process. So there is that model that where people can be given perpetual land trusts. Duties, in fact, it is not a right. It is a duty to protect. And the 27 Memorandum of Agreement between the ENR and the Masungi Reserve Foundation already provides a template for this. So instead of being assailed, instead of being criticized as unconstitutional, it should be revisited, revised to correct its flaws and amplify its advantages in advance as a new form of access in the array of environmental property rights regimes. So that is my conclusion. Thank you very much and maraming salamat po. So I'd like to stop there and stop this recording, and I'm physically available via Zoom to answer questions later. So that's for now. See you in the open forum. Thank you very much.
Professor Contreras. Big applause again for Professor Contreras. Okay, kindly humble asking for dear participants here and also participant online. Please stay with us maybe about 10 or 15 minutes on question session. Okay. We will open the question and answer forum or session, one from this amphitheater and one from the participant who join online. Okay, anybody? Anyone? Or in the online? Not yet. Okay.
Yes. So while the members of this conference are still thinking about their questions and clarifications for our two plenary speakers, may I start the ball rolling. So my first question is actually for Dr. Estacio. Hi, sir. Good morning. So earlier, I said that I was particularly interested with IKSP of the ITAS, and that we were talking about natural early warning systems on climate change. And with my background on health emergency management as a member of the Department of Health, I'm particularly interested on how are these indigenous knowledge systems and practices blended with our quote-unquote Western KSPs in terms of protecting the environment or in our biodiversity law. So are there present practices or policies that we have in the Philippines that blended, considered and blended IKSP with our ecocentric Western KSPs as well? Over to you, Dr. Estacio.
Okay. Please, Dr. Estacio.
Uh, there, of course, in other fields such as agriculture, there were attempts to really put ecocentric Western science, vis-a-vis indigenous knowledge systems and practices. So, for example, one good example is the attempt of radical agricultural scientists in Las Bañas, no? Who tried to infuse, for example, plant breeding science into the retrieval actually of indigenous rice varieties, because most of our indigenous rice varieties were already in a what we call genetic hermit in Erie, hermetically sealed, and it's already patented by them. But there were attempts, I think, way back even in the late 80s, no, by those scientists who formed the masipag group pagsasaka at siyentipiko para sa pagpapanggad ng agrikultura, when they tried to retrieve the traditional rice varieties and upgraded them that can compete with the high-yielding varieties produced by Erie. That is not so much needing, farm inputs. So that's one. In terms in the area of agriculture, there were attempts to upgrade our traditional rice varieties. I think if you can Google now, I think we have a number of masipag rice varieties now being used by farmers. In the area of the ITAs or the indigenous peoples, I think there's a need to do advocacy, for us to recognize the knowledge systems and practices that they have, because even up to now they are being marginalized. In fact, well, the one good thing with our indigenous peoples is that they consider their IKSP as sacred and secret. So marami silang alam na hindi nila nililibil sa But then I think there is a need to also upscale in terms of research and development. We need to train from their fold, research scientists that can, for example, engage in developing and discovering drugs. Kasi hindi lang naman puro hanggang herbal concoction na lang yun. So, dapat na-elevate na. Pwede ba nilang, meron bang gano'n? So I think PCSRD is now supporting some initiatives to that. But at least there is now a window to develop technologies, in terms of technology development. In fact, in our study, we are exploring the use of pako, fern, as an alternative in providing relief goods. So we collaborated with Benguet State University in developing, for example, pako-enriched noodles, vegetable noodles, pako-enriched cookies, and even chips and the like. So, imbis na yung Maggi noodles ang gagamitin, instead of Maggi noodles, using the one in the market, then you can use, products from the forest, the wild edible plants that are very nutritious as alternative to the ones the noodles what we buy. It's used with a lot of chemicals. So that's one area of research that we are now pursuing, exploring the use of ready-to-use therapeutic foods such as, for example, the wild fern. So that's sort of a blending of ecocentric Western knowledge with IKSP. Thank you.
Clarification. That was a nice echo. All right. Did it wake you up? Okay.
Is it because you?
No, I'm not connected.
Okay, thank you very much. Nature from Echo. Yeah, very nice discussion. And we can see from the online participant there is no question, right? Yeah. So big applause for the speakers, also for us finishing our session, the plenary health. And before we going to the coffee break, is everyone need coffee? Oh yeah, yeah. We agree for that. Oh, one hands. Okay.
All right. So we have two hands that are raised over Zoom. Okay. May I call on Reynante Luna? Yes, you are recognized. And then it will be followed by Jane Cariaga.
We cannot hear. So they can discuss it by email. Oh, because we have a very, very tight time. I think okay, no question from the online participants. And we have coffee break until 11:15. Right, Mbak Anissa? 11:15, right? So 11:15 we come to this amphitheater. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Selamat siang. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ya, Bu. So coffee break will be on 10th floor. Please to have your coffee break. Iya.
Kicir-kicir, ini lagunya. Lagu lama Tuan dari Jakarta. Saya menyanyinya Tuan memang sengaja untuk menghibur hati yang dengar.
Tuan hati gembira. Sore-sore mata bulan, ayak kencang pada doi. Rene berbarengan, rame-rame dada gojekan. Kalau sakat telur, tangannya apa? Kalau sakat telur, ini rada Kota baru gunungnya Bamega, Bamega bak manampu di salah karang, bak manampu di salah karang. Sayang sipato, sayang sipato, kukunan Ketimpa masuk dan ngeluh Nyapak mega badi dengan hati Manuk dadali, manuk pagagak na sakti Indonesia Jaya. Manuk dadali, pagagak sa uyu manuk dadali, manuk dadali kasih natria.
Jakarta. Lemon kita ada dua.
This DJ is breaking all the laws.
Sajojo humor koi samuna muna keke samuna muna keke sajojo humor koi samuna muna keke samuna muna keke Minangku nikimye get sore Minangku nikimye get sore Sajojo humor koi samuna muna keke samuna muna keke Sajojo humor koi samuna muna keke samuna muna keke Minangku nikimye get sore Minangku nikimye get sore
This is one DJ.
Well, I am kau tinggal kampungnya di sana. Siang mama, ada DP lama, ada DP lama. Kita rindu rindu, rindu itu mata. Siang mama, siang rindu di semua.
Hati rindu balik ulang ke sana, membuat muda mama papa bersaudara. Saudara tahan rindu kedara, tanda merah itu lalu kita bayar. Dia sejauh pilih gunung dan tanjung, tanpa ingat-ingat kita terasona. Dia kau ingin uang aku, dan ingin pada dia
Kita tahu jauh dari telur. Selalu di jalan. Belayar belayarnya tinggal kampungnya di sana. Siang mama, ada DP lama, ada DP lama. Kita balik pulang ke sana, belok lalu tak bayar. Tak rindu rindu, siang mama. Ada duka siang di semua.
Sendiri kita ingat dunia sudah yang jauh di sana. Rasa sama nangis di kana orang sendiri. Yang kau perlu kita sayang.
Kalau gagak terkenal sampai mancanegara, bapo yang kaya ragam ada budaya. Maksud dia kita orang beda, tapi orang beda itu dia orang punya. Bapo kaya kembali jaga. Kita berlalu. Pemelo paling jauh. Kita di sini tahan rindu mama. Pulang ke kamu. Iya. Terlupa biasa jauh. Saudara. Pemelo selalu di jantung.
Titik periuk bilang sumbing dari jauh.
cibuk bawa kepiting dua ekor. Cicik periuk celana sumbing dari Jawa. Cibuk bawa kepiting dua ekor. Bilang-bilang bisa kirim gigi rongga. Tinggal dolok di pacu raja tunggal. Cukup tahu labe sore doreri Enso bani nema mati pase Use cukup tahu labe sore doreri Enso bani nema baki pase Arababe Suarapa Arababe Suarapa Jubah suwenya tinggal enter mambu petunggung budak tak kolera ere sopong minggu delekat sirpong delek kopong sirpong delek kopong Jubah suwenya tinggal enter mambu petunggung budak tak kolera ere sopong minggu delekat sirpong delek kopong sirpong delek kopong Jubah diriku pasrah mencuri pertolongan musyawarah Cicik periuk bilang sumbing dari Jawa, kecibok bawa kepiting 2 ekor. Cicik periuk bilang sumbing dari Jawa, kecibok bawa kepiting 2 ekor. Bilang kita hidung gigi rongga, tinggal dolok di patung raja tunggal. Kau tahu kabe soren doreri Lenso bani nema mati pase Use kau tahu kabe soren doreri Lenso bani nema baki pase Arababe Warapa Arababe Warapa Coba suanya tinggal enter mambu petunggung duda kolera lere sopong dudu delekat sir sirpong delekopong sirpong delekopong coba suanya tinggal enter mambu petunggung duda kolera lere sopong dudu delekat sir sirpong delekopong sirpong delekopong coba diriku pasang menuju di tontonan tradisi. Titik periuk bilang sumbing dari Jawa, Cibok bawa kepiting 2 ekor. Titik periuk bilang sumbing dari Jawa, Cibok bawa kepiting 2 ekor. Bilang-bilang nabi ketiring gigi rongga, tinggal dolok di pacu raja tunggal. Tahu Labe Soran Doreri Lenso Bani Nema Baki Pase Use Koko Tahu Labe Soran Doreri Lenso Bani Nema Baki Pase Arababe Warapa Arababe Warapa. Jubah suanya tinggal enter, mambu petundung budak, tong lera sopong bumbu delekat sir, sirpong delek kopong sirpong delek kopong. Jubah suanya mambu petundung budak, tong lera sopong bumbu delekat sir, sirpong delek kopong sirpong delek kopong.
Diriku pasrah menuju kemenangan. Salawat jalan sige Iilaman ang mata kita ay ayang jalan menjadi bintang inilah selamanya. Sambil tukang kata ia maju Pinto yang pica-pica Kanape modi Ojo-ojo Pegang-pegang tapi Lebih anak koda Iban-jajan
Calling the attention of all the participants to please gather now inside. We will start the second plenary. I heard Sharon Cuneta. Hello. We'll start in 3 minutes. So, yeah. Okay, I think we're just waiting for maybe we now call on our plenary speakers, Professor Mendoza and also Dr. Eusebio Dizon. Yeah, to please come on the stage. Hello. Okay. Thank you, Ma'am Tess. Okay. In a minute, we will start now. We will start in a minute. So please, participants from, yeah, okay, please come inside. Yeah. Yeah, I think Professor Tess, being the queen, has is clothed with authority to gather all the participants. Yeah. Okay, I think we have enough numbers, so I'll probably in the interest of time, I'll just formally open the second plenary session, which is about death, dying, and disaster. A view from human ecology. This session is organized by from UP Los Baños, being the research trust of the department, specifically for the College of Human Ecology. Okay, without any further ado, like I've said, this session is about death, dying, and disaster. Our first speaker for today is Professor Maria Emelinda Mendoza. Let me pull through and she will be discussing about death, dying, and disaster. That has been her research interest for the longest time. And Professor Maria Emelinda Mendoza is Associate Professor of Human Ecology as well as of Sociology. She has been been with the UP Los Baños for the last 37 years, and she both holds a bachelor and master's degree in sociology. And we now turn you over to Professor Mendoza.
Thank you, Dr. Fernandez, Sir Klein, and magandang umaga, madayaw na aga, from the south of the Philippines. So today, I thank you for being here, and thank you also for inviting us and me personally to be able to share our insights on death, dying, and disaster. And this one, we're trying to bring in the perspective from human ecology. As Sir Klein had mentioned, we are from the Department of Social Sciences, Department of Social Development Services of the College of Human Ecology. Yeah, Sir Al is smiling because I mentioned Department of Social Sciences. That was our previous life. Okay, so the paper that I'm going to share with you is on death, dying, and disaster, a view from human ecology. So this will be how it will go. I'll have a brief introduction and then clarify the objectives before talking a little bit about human ecology. Not everything about it, but some ideas and some insights that we can use in pursuing the topic on death, dying, and disaster. And then because we're talking about death and disaster, we're looking into the disaster risk management spectrum, and then death as a neglected matter, and then now using the human ecological perspective in looking into death and disaster, and finally a short, sweet challenge. Okay, so death, it's pervasive in everyday life. No? It is something that for some, they try to ignore. For some, it's just so normalized, as we have been discussing yesterday. And so it seems like it's skipping our conscious thoughts about it. So, but what is clear is that death is one of the most universal phenomena pervasive in our lives, but more so in times of disasters and calamities. And yet, research and discussion on death, dying, and disaster remains relatively scant in mainstream scientific literature. The topic remains nascent in the academic discussions, as well as in the fields of disaster risk policies and governance. After the mid-1900s till the last few recent years, there had been a number of prominent advocates, such as Elizabeth Kubler-Ross in psychology. We have Seamus Mahoney, who is a medical doctor, really advocating that we talk about death beyond the medical sciences. And I think more popularly would be Catherine Mannix. No? One of her books I really find amazing. The title is With the End in Mind. Okay, and she advocates preparedness. Okay, to the point of giving us a template about a living will. Okay, so there had been talks. It's not as if this is not being discussed, no? And I guess the work that they have done had enabled thanatology to gain traction, no? In the more recent years, though still there seemed to be some imbalance, no? In what disciplines mainstream current mainstream scholarship. I'm having difficulty navigating my slides. Wait. My slides are trying to go fast. There you are. I think I was talking about the pervasiveness of death in everyday life. No? So as I've been mentioning, we have advocates, and their work had really ensured that people will talk, and the science of thanatology would go on and develop. Thanatology, for those who are not familiar with the term, comes from the term Thanos, no? Thanos of, what movie is that, no? So, the god of death, no? We don't talk much about that in local academic discussions. In fact, when in the academe where I come from, the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, no, when people ask me, what else do you want, to be, in your academic life? And I, half joking, half seriously, more seriously, I guess, I would tell them that I want to be a thanatologist. No? I want to shift from sociology to thanatology. And they would react, what is that? No? And so the discussion goes into some kind of death cafe. No? So it's quite accepted to talk about these matters in the medical sciences. And yesterday, I was reflecting, and we have a lot of discussion also and navigation about death and dying and bereavement in literature. And the arts. But it is still found wanting in many of our disciplinal stances. In the area of disaster risk management, the ideation of death remains dominantly under a response stance, a response framework. And this is in spite of the fact that through the years, we have already shifted from just disaster response to a more developmental framework, wherein, we're talking about disaster preparedness, not just response, but preparedness, mitigation, and even building back better. That's not my words. That's a word that is being fed to us by the literature from the United Nations, building back better by doing good recovery and rehabilitation. So are we really discussing about death? Why aren't we discussing about death more frequently, and more openly, in many of where we're coming from? And what are the implications when we do not discuss death and dying? I guess this would refer to implications in terms of policy, in terms of our academic and scholarly work, no, and implications basically on human development. So, the objectives, no, of this presentation really is to discuss a little bit about human ecology as a lens in viewing death and disaster, and then for us to reflect on disaster and the DRM, that's disaster risk management spectrum, and lastly, to explore ways and spaces in death onto the DRM arena. Okay, so let me talk a little bit about the utility of human ecology here. Human ecology, I'm not really a product, no, of a disciplinal training in human ecology. My disciplinal training has been in sociology forever, no. But as we say in our college, you can be a trained human ecologist and you can be trainable as long as you are open, no, to the perspective of human ecology. And human ecology, as whether you talk of it as a discipline, no, or a field of study, I guess what is clear is it has gone a long way from the mid-1800s, from the work of Ellen Swallow Richards, no, in sewage and sanitary engineering, to the work of Rachel Carson, no, with her book on Silent Springs, no, talking about pesticides getting into our water, no, and coming back to us humans, no. So it's gone a long way, but what is clear is that human ecology basically talks about human ecosystems. And it highlights process rather than structure, because what is being looked into would not just be the foundations of the structure, no, of human ecosystems, but rather the relationship, no, the relationship between humans and their environment. So that is what is underscored. What's the interconnections between humans and their environment, whether we're talking about the biophysical, the social, or the social environment. Okay. I'm going to show some of these figures showing how people in human ecology have navigated, no, this particular field, no. And here we see that it espouses an ecological nestedness, no. It's universal yet nested, no, in its analysis and its approach, no, and that's because it finds importance, no, in looking at the global context. Yet we are emphasizing the local and the indigenous, no, and so we take into consideration, aside from the localness, no, would be the spatial as well as the temporal considerations. Okay, so nestedness. So if we're looking at what's the coverage of human ecology, we find the human ecosystem as a unit, no, of analysis in so many scales. Okay, you can look at it from the oikos, no, as a human ecosystem. You have the home, no, you have the community, you have whole societies, and of course, we can also talk about the global community. Okay. Also, human ecology is one of those preoccupations that's clearly anchored on systems thinking, and as one that espouses systems thinking, what it is saying here, no, is that we have a lot of other things that come into the picture really when we think and analyze, but not necessarily seen right away. So here we have an event that is actually obvious, but aside from what is obvious and what we see, there are a lot of other things, and most especially the mental models, no, that we have. And in this diagram here, let me skip the more complicated one because we will miss the whole day of other discussions, no? But here we have actually the contribution of Dybol and Newell, no? They espouse the cultural adaptation template to just to heuristically arrange things, no? Because in many of our discussions and many of our concerns, things tend to get complicated, and that's the beauty, no, of systems thinking, because we're able to mentally and heuristically arrange, no, interconnected matters, no? But aside from being anchored on systems thinking, human ecology is one that clearly embraces a transdisciplinary approach, no, and a transdisciplinary point of view. And as transdisciplinary, no, it tends to go beyond specific traditional disciplines. We're not saying that we're throwing away, no, disciplinal contributions. No, we have high regard for all our disciplinal training, no, and the disciplinal traditions. But what we're saying is that when we go transdisciplinary, we become more open, we become more humble, because then we articulate, no, our limitations, no, and when we're talking about wicked problems, then we will not be able to solve it, no, if we're just in our own disciplinal silos, no. And also the beauty behind a transdisciplinary approach is that it's so open to a lot of revisions, no. I'm reminded, for instance, no, in many of our courses, no, we bring our students, because we're into social services, we're talking about social entrepreneurship in our department, and we bring our students, no, to a discussion of what constitutes capital. Okay, and in this framework, no, in this diagram from DFID, no, of the UK, this one is provided by Ian Scoots, no, we see that they're talking about certain capitals, and their contention is that, hey, when we're talking about sustainable livelihoods, no, we're not just dependent on money. We're not just dependent on economic and financial resources. We have other resources that we can actually capitalize, no? We have social capital, so you might not have the money, but you have the trust of people, you bond with people, you have good friends, no? And good connections that can help you out when in need. We have human capital, and that is basically capacities, no? They usually come in the form of the level of education, the health, no, status of population. We have, of course, natural capital, no, our natural resources, as well as technology and physical resources. And if you are talking about climate change, no, and disaster, if you're into that line of research, what we're saying is that when we look at the vulnerabilities of people, no, vulnerabilities of people do not only impact on one of their capitals, okay? But if you see the one that is hexagon, no, what we can also say in human ecology, no, is that, hey, maybe there are other capitals. Okay? When we come and talk together, no, maybe, you know, there was one of our students yesterday morning was saying, was asking about identity crisis. Okay? And apparently what came out, no, was really a concern for some kind of spirituality. I'm not talking about religion, no, but the spiritual, relational realm, no, wherein you can talk about meaning, no, you can talk about relationships, no, so that kind of spirituality. And so maybe there's room, no, to really revise a little, to rethink about our social capital, and maybe we're missing out, no, on really developing and capacitating communities, no, in terms of their spiritual capital. If we do not articulate, no, this is a language thing, if we fail to articulate that that's part of our capital, we will never be able to put our efforts, no, into that, no. So that's why I guess we need to articulate in terms of words. Okay, so basically, human ecology has a lifespan perspective. And so when we're talking about human development, for instance, so we're talking about womb to tomb. If we're talking about consumer behavior, no, and consumer education, we talk about womb to tomb, no. But in all our navigation, academic navigation about womb to tomb, I kind of realized that we usually stop with the elderly, no, and the dying, and we miss out again, no, on the phenomenon of death. And human ecology talks about across sectors. It looks into wicked problems, and so it's humble enough to say that, hey, those who are experts in their different disciplines, we need everybody there, no, to come together if we are going to move forward with regards to these wicked problems and find solutions to them. And it's also cut across and cut across knowledge systems. And as such, no, it's very, very conducive, no, to highlighting and surfacing indigenous knowledge. No? Let me share with you this kind of human ecology. And this is the Philippine context. I don't know if some of you might also associate with it, no? But through the years, the College of Human Ecology had navigated, no, given this framework. It's sure to look into the interrelationship between human systems and the environment, so that becomes a human ecosystem. It talks about relationship, and sometimes we need to define and, you know, articulate and talk about, so how do you really define those relationships? So one of which would be the provisioning role, because when we're talking about relationships, right, we're talking about playing our roles. Okay? So the role of the environment to provide for our needs, but also the role of human beings to use or to care, no? So the stewardship role. Now, what we're saying here is that we cannot talk about human ecological security if we do not respond to certain imperatives. And for us, what would be major among these imperatives, no, for human ecological security would be 4 areas. 1, we cannot talk about human ecological security if people are hungry, no? If people do not have access, no? And if food is not available. So food and nutrition security. And sometimes food is available, but the question of whether or not it is nutritious enough, healthy enough, is another question. Secondly, we cannot talk about human ecological security if we do not have the capacities. And so we talk about capacitating and trying to come up with ecologies that will maximize the potentials, no, of each and every individual. And this resonates with me because we talk about children and try to come up with an ecology, no, in their classroom, in their learning conditions to maximize, no, their potentials. But we're forgetting that for the dying, no, as long as they're not dead yet, no, even because we are all dying at some point in time, no, if you stop growing, you already start dying. So, we're missing on the human development of the dying. We put them in a social context wherein we tend to marginalize them and put them on the margins. They're not part of life anymore. And I guess that's not how it is to be humane after all. So those thoughts, no? And another would be, of course, the maintenance, no, of the integrity of the environment. Because if the environment is not able to play its roles, then we are in big trouble. In Filipino would say, patay ka, no? You're dead. Okay. And lastly would be all these things that we're doing in human development, food security, and nutrition security, environmental integrity. If we don't have strong, capacitated organizations and institutions, it will take millions and millions of years, no, before we can really impact, no, and create impact together. And so we're very strong, no, in forwarding, no, and pushing for capacitated organizations, whether we're talking about local government units or private institutions or homes, no, and local people's organization, no. I guess this is something important. Okay, so let me go back to the cultural adaptation template, because it's a very, very simple way of showing systems thinking in human ecology. And for those who were present yesterday, you had a taste of the discussion, and Sir Ron was able to show that while we were discussing, we can actually already heuristically arrange, no, our thoughts and the words that came out, no, during our discussion. So a cultural adaptation template is really an influence diagram that shows how we can break down a complex system into component parts of a subsystem. And as I have mentioned earlier, this is coming from the work of Dybol and Newell, but actually they also just built, no, on the contributions of Boyden. It displays causal links, no, between four major areas. One would be the state of cultural paradigm, okay, the state of our communities. I'll go fast with this, no. I'll show you a little bit later what gets into these different parts, no, and the state of the ecosystem, that's the environment part, and of course the state of human health and well-being. Now, if you notice, it starts from, if you see the lines, no, and the arrows starting from number 1, no, L1. We call it L1 when we're discussing, and that is the state of our cultural paradigms, no. The emphasis on culture, no, and the state of cultural paradigms is imperative. It's very important, no, in this framework. And what it's really saying is that the adaptability of a community depends on the nature, no, and the robustness of our ideas, their beliefs, their worldviews, their mental models, no, their priorities, no, how they're guided, no, by their perceptions, and how these are translated into decisions and actions on the part of community constituents. So you see L1 there, okay, from the state of cultural paradigms actually affecting or influencing the state of community, which is really from the words of Boyden referring to societal arrangements. No? Newell and Dybol referred to that as the state, no, of community and the state of institutions. It can be social institutions, it can be economic arrangements, political system, labor force, no, education, no, as an institution. So what we're saying, all things that's happening there, it's really coming from our cultural paradigms. And then, not to be excluded is really the state of human health and well-being, where the focus would be on human conditions. So physiologically, psychological state of the members of a community, no, and overall level, no, of security and well-being. And then there's the state of the ecosystem, which basically will include both natural and the built, no, environment, no, demographic and infrastructure variables. Okay, so what's included, no, in the feedback loops, no, are really environmental effects, social effects, health effects, no, as well as sometimes you get into more complicated things and see that there are really co-effects. Okay, so we tried at one time to navigate death, dying, and disaster, no, using CLD, no, and we see here we just translated, no, the template, no, into something that is related to death and dying and disaster, and that is the very, very simple output. Okay, so what, by the way, is amazing about this, no? As if I'm really selling Dybol, and I'm not selling Dybol and Newell, no? I'm not selling the Australians, but it's a good way of looking at things. What's important here is to note also that if we come together and discuss things, no, and we put it in this kind of diagram, okay, we will have a different picture, a different diagram compared to, like, if I'm using this, no, and I'm talking with, like, for instance, the farmers of the Philippines, because we bring into the picture, no, our different contexts. Okay. Okay, so let me go past that, and that's human ecology, introducing a little bit about human ecology, and go to a disaster risk management spectrum, okay? We need to come up with clear definitions, or at least articulate, no, our what we're talking about, no, our definitions. I'm not saying that we should have one definition, but I guess what we're saying is that if we want to move forward, we have to level off. Okay, so it's good to define disaster, because sometimes we feel that or we think that we are talking about the same things, but actually we aren't. Okay, so according to Berry, disaster is a social scientific concept, no, that refers to a particular class of phenomena whose specifications rest on theory-based thinking. Oftentimes, it is related to hazards and hazard events, but hazards themselves and hazard events, no, do not define disaster. Okay, they can be catalysts, but we cannot absolutely equate disasters and hazards, no? And what's interesting is that in this business of defining, governments develop mandated definitions of disaster for a lot of purposes, no? But among others, that's to determine the boundaries of emergency management. Okay? And particularly in connection with the distribution, no, of resources, no, of funds and other resources. Okay? So what we're saying is that many times, oftentimes, no, disaster is a socially constructed reality. Okay? It is socially and politically determined. Of course, currently, if you look at the literature, we find that many researchers already accept, no, they have this view that social disruption is key, no, in defining the features or the essential dimensions of disaster. So it's not just the natural environment, but the social world. Okay? Again, still on reflecting on the basic definition, disaster risk, no, is oftentimes, but again, this comes in many articulations of the formula, okay? But what the UNDRR Global Assessment Report has espoused is that when we're talking about risk, this is expressed as the likelihood of the loss of life, no, injuries and destruction and damage, no, to property from a disaster in a given period of time. No? Is that disaster or is that hazard? Okay, I do not know. I just quoted that, no, from a 2015 publication. No? But disaster risk is widely recognized as the consequence of the interaction, no, between a hazard and the characteristic that makes people and places vulnerable and exposed. No? Simply put, disaster risk is a function of hazards, no, your exposure to those hazards, no, your sensitivity, because we have different sensitivities, no, to hazards, no, and events, no. Like if you're a farmer, you are more vulnerable, you're more sensitive because your livelihood is more sensitive as compared to, for instance, I'm teaching in the university, come rain or hail or fall, no, or hurricane, I get my salary, but not a farmer who loses his crops, no, when a hazard comes. Okay, and of course, capacities. No, the more capacitated people, the less would be the risk factor. No, when it comes to hazards, rather disaster. Okay. So this one, I don't know if this is true for many countries. I guess we would find similarities here because we're usually listening to the same voice. No, we have all of this framework of action from Hyogo to now we're into Sendai. No, so we might be having similarities, but this is the usual spectrum of disaster risk management. Okay, we have a disaster, we respond, we try to recover, okay, and then we try next time to prevent all the negative things, okay, that had happened. And so in doing that, we need to be prepared for the next one. No? In the Philippines, we're always talking about Metro Manila as bracing itself for the big one. No? And the question is the metropolis ready for a big one? And so it makes me so insecure every time I go to Manila. No? I might be stuck and, I'm in Manila and the big one strikes. Okay. Now, again in the Philippines, how do we navigate this spectrum? Okay, we have the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council. That's the NDRRMC that had been established because of a law. No, 10121, Republic Act 10121, the Disaster Risk Reduction Management law, no, or act, no, of the Philippines. And we see that all of these different phases, no, are in the picture. We have disaster prevention and mitigation, and the lead agency there, no, in our country is the Department of Science and Technology. Okay, and then we have disaster preparedness, and based on the indicators of how prepared you are, the lead agency there is the Department of Internal and Local Interior and Local Government, and we have a presenter later on, no, from the regional office of DILG who's going to be on board online. Then we have disaster response, and this is during the time, okay, and right after, no, disaster strikes. And so by mandate, it's being led by the Department of Social Work and Development. And of course, we have, after that, we want to recover, we want to rehabilitate, we need money. And so the National Economic and Development Authority gets the lead. Okay, so we will not memorize those, but we'll just try to reflect and come up with ideas in our mind, no? So for mitigation and prevention, oftentimes in definitions, mitigation involves keeping homes away. No, when we're talking about hydrometeorological hazards, keeping homes and families away from floodplains. No, so when heavy rainfalls come, we try to evacuate them if they are in low-lying areas. No, engineering, no, so technology and infrastructure that hopefully will withstand some of these natural occurrences. No, so will our bridges and our buildings withstand our earthquakes? What about our building codes? Are they in place? Okay, so this is being preventive, no, hopefully. Okay, but and in mitigation practice and management, of course there are structural engineering and the like, but we also have non-structural in the case of putting the ordinances and the laws, no, the legislation, the building codes, land use and zoning, no, disaster training and education, as well as ensuring public awareness. So those all will fall under mitigation practices. No? Preparedness refers to measures that people take to prepare for and reduce the effects of disaster. It comes in the form of plan, and plan. And the measure is, do you have a plan? Okay. Do you have a mobility plan? Do you have a disaster risk reduction and management plan? Do you have a climate change action plan? Do you have a mobility plan? No, if you get caught, no, in the middle of a storm, no, or an earthquake. So, like in Metro Manila, I used to tell my children, if you're in Manila and the big one strikes, find an open area. Now, how you are going to do that, I'm not sure how, because it's so difficult to find an open space, no, in the metropolis. But that's preparedness. For disaster response, this is usually what gets into the mind frame, no, of our agencies, no, and those concerned. Assistance like food, clothing, medicines, no, they're supposed to be made available. How about humanitarian aid? No, they can be directly channeled to the different line agencies, executive agencies of the government. The Philippines is not an alien to humanitarian aid. Many of our disasters and calamities, we have, international humanitarian organizations coming into the picture, and sometimes I get to have a feeling that they're already the ones managing the command, the ground zero. Okay, so that's what gets no into the picture. So where is death? Okay, in the DRRM framework of the Philippines, there is such a thing as the management of the dead, no, and the missing, no, MDM, and of course the casualties, the injured, okay, and they come during disaster response. So we're not zero when talking about death, no, but what we're saying is that all? Okay? Or can we find and can we put in death if we cannot find death into recovery, into preparedness, and prevention when we're talking about disaster. So this is just a coverage of social services in times of disaster. According to the NDRRMC, I made a review of that because I wanted to find death. No? So I will not, but I did not see much of death there. It's more provision of emergency needs. Okay, so I go to death as the neglected matter. Okay, and there are, definitions. You go from the medical, but temporally also there has been changes in the definition of death. No, but what is again, it seems apparent is that death is, yes, a medical phenomenon, but it's also a social, it's a political, it's a moral, and even an economic phenomenon. Let me just give a simple account here. I attended a training, me as a participant, for the management of the dead and the missing. Okay, and I was with local government personnel. I was the only one from the academe because the ILG just wanted me to see what they're doing in terms of capacity building. And people were talking, they were asking if in a storm, in a typhoon, somebody dies. No? For instance, he drowned. He's coming from Barangay 1, Community 1, but the body was found in Barangay 2, okay, in the river because there's a connecting river. And so they're asking, so who's gonna report the casualty? Who's going to report the death? Okay, then in terms of number, is it going to be is it going to be reported by Barangay 1 where the victim is a resident? Or is it Barangay 2 who's going to report because the body was found there? And I was like sitting there and I was saying to myself, isn't that obvious? It's supposed to be in Barangay 2 because that's where the body is found. But it seems like there are barangays who would just want to return the body to where it's actually residing. And I was thinking, so what is the thing about reporting? Okay, aren't we just supposed to report? And apparently there's a politics there, and there's economics there for that matter. In the government, to encourage good governance, we have a seal for SGLG, seal for good local governance. And one of the measures is, when it comes to disaster risk reduction and management, zero casualty. So everybody now wants to report zero casualty. So nobody wants to claim the dead body because they want to have zero casualty. Unlike before, and that's not very far before, okay? People are, they would want all the bodies attributed to them because there's a calamity fund. So you're in a state of calamity because so many people died, and so you get some funds from the national government. But now there's also fund coming from SGLG, the seal of good local governance, and everybody wants zero casualty. So it's really political and economic in nature. But Death is used to define many other phenomena found in human ecosystems, and death statistics are used to forward certain positions, certain advocacies, and certain decisions. Okay? This is a reflection on the basic definition still of social services. When we reflect on social services, and we do that very, very frequently because we're coming from the Department of Social Development Services, no? This would refer to government services provided for the benefit of the community. And so this will include education, medical care, housing, etc. No? And we are answerable, no, to a lot of global commitments, no, and how we do things. The World Summit for Social Development that happened in Copenhagen, okay, countries, world leaders agreed that international assistance should be targeted towards the basic social services especially during disasters, no. And more recent development in the provision of social services have incorporated more items, especially in the area of mental health, no, and well-being. Okay, and yet, okay, it covers the phenomenon of death. It covers mental issues, no, that we can actually attribute, no, to grief, no, and bereavement and shock. Okay, and international humanitarian organizations come to respond, no, to disaster situations, no. But after the disaster, when we're talking rehabilitation and NEDA is infusing the money, okay, for rebuilding infrastructure, many times we have forgotten, okay, that there's such a thing as long-term grief. Okay, and I don't know with the economists, no, maybe we should be able to evaluate, no, somehow what are we losing, no, when we have many of our community constituents suffering, no, from long-term grief, consciously or unconsciously. The impact of that on productivity, if you want to look at it that way. Okay, so the coverage of social services is supposed to be holistic. It's supposed to be across the lifespan. It's supposed to be inclusive across the social class spectrum. It's supposed to be, holistic and comprehensive. It's supposed to be humane. It's supposed to be compliant, of course, to human rights, including the right to social justice and human security. So let us just maybe let me push it a little bit for us to reflect that is there something we are missing, no, when we're talking about social services, if we do not mainstream and we do not surface many of our knowledge and indigenous practices. Okay, just a point in case. During the COVID-19, it's a long-term pandemic, and in the Philippines, you have to bury your dead if it's due to COVID, and it seems like during the early phase, everybody was dying of just COVID. No? But if it's COVID, you have to bury right away or cremate. Okay. In my little town of Los Baños, cremation on the average costs around 30,000, 20 to 30,000 pesos, normal days. During the COVID period, it jumped to 60,000 per cremation. And we don't even have a crematorium, no, in our town. And so, can you picture the situation? I have a family member, a loved one, got hospitalized, died, proclaimed COVID case, and I have to do cremation. If not, right away, you have to bury. But if I have to bury and I don't have insurance and I don't have a lot, no space in the cemetery, so I have to cremate. And so I'm still reeling from the shock. I'm still reeling from, the hospital is billing me, no? And now I have to do cremation, and I have to find ways to bring the body, no, to a crematorium in another town. Okay, so that pain in the head, pain in the neck. Okay, so but these are the things that we can think about when we're talking about social services and how ready are we really. And we see even in numbers that death and disaster are intertwined. I guess there is no question about that. There's no debate in that, no? And often, and just to drive home the point, we look at big disasters, and when they say, what's the worst disaster, it's usually measured not just in property loss, but also reported casualties and deaths. Okay, so this is just one that I got from statista.com, no, of countries with most number of disasters. And here we have Indonesia, we have Philippines, no. I'm missing out on South Africa, okay? But I'm not saying that you're not disaster prone, see? But this is like, we're talking about the Pacific Ring of Fire, we're talking about disasters brought about by earthquakes, storm surges, hydrometeorological hazards, but there might be other ways. No, there are other things that we need to take into consideration. Okay, so the death is there, but it seems like we're not really thinking much about them. It's really a neglected matter. So let me go fast in this, no? And so just some questions on looking at using the DRM spectrum in mitigation. Where are our death-related services? I was talking to you about crematorium, for instance, no? And if we have mass deaths, some cultures, no, they find it difficult to accept, no, all bodies in a mass grave, no. So that's, are we ready, no, for big disasters, no, so that we're able to accommodate cultural differences also. Okay, and for preparedness, how prepared are we to respond to extreme events and the likelihood of disasters? What about death managements? Are they in our plans? So we're trying to look at the plans of local government units and see if they're talking about death and even just management of the dead and the missing. Is it in their plans? No. Yeah, and even in response, okay, recovery and rehabilitation. What would be the coverage of our rehabilitation to build back better, for instance? How are communities preparing, no, for death and disasters? How prepared are we for the next encounter with mass deaths, no? Or even protracted events where death is imminent? Okay, now even our disaster resilience scorecard, and I got this from UNDRR, okay, so these are the big chunks in the scorecard to score if your local community, your government, no, is resilient, no, vis-a-vis disaster, no, and disaster risk. So I was trying to look at, is there one of these where we find preparation, mitigation, response, and recovery from death? Okay, so let me go fast. I'm getting the signal. So going back to our template, okay, I think what's important for our team now, for our group, no, is really looking and reflecting on our paradigms, because as we mentioned earlier, the state of cultural paradigms impact, influences the state of our community. It gives a feedback loop, but it also goes to impacting on health and well-being as well as on the environment. So let me pass that, okay? And yeah, this is influence diagram that we did when we had our mini study on looking at death and dying in literature. Okay, and some of the discussion points and topics that surfaced during our discussions. Let me go to the challenge. So challenge number 1, how we respond to issues impinging on our human ecosystems is largely a function of our definitions and paradigms. So again, I guess this is a call to examine our definitions, our paradigms, and our epistemologies when we're talking about death, dying, and disaster. Secondly, we tend to neglect aspects of how we can mitigate, prepare for, and respond to and recover from disasters when we fail to surface them in our collective consciousness. Again, this is a challenge for research and the communication of IKSPs. Much can be learned and reflected on in the worldviews and subsequent practices of our local communities. These knowledge systems, how they were co-created through time in consideration of local resources and the ecologies of our indigenous local communities, can lend much to policies and protocols and navigations of disaster preparedness, even at the national level, if we want our policies and frameworks to be humane. Number 3, it is imperative to talk, discourse, plan, and act on death in the context of disaster risk management. Again, this is a challenge that we may want to advocate if we are serious in ensuring that voices considered as insignificant before are now mainstreamed and heard with regards to this matter at hand. Fourth, maximize the utility of a human ecological perspective in culturally appropriate and inclusive disaster risk management. The transdisciplinarity espoused by human ecology is significant. We do pay respect to our disciplinary traditions and training, as I mentioned earlier. And so the invitation is not to throw away our disciplinary gains. The invitation rather is towards humility, towards tolerance, towards openness, to listen to others and working with others and valuing indigenous and local knowledge systems. And finally, taking the cue from Catherine Mannix, let us start by thinking and talking with the end in mind. So with that, maraming salamat po. I'm sorry it took a little longer than I imagined. Back to you, Sir Klein.
Hello. Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Emmy, for that a fresh perspective on how we see that dying in disaster. It's 12:30, but we still have one great speaker to listen to. Our next speaker will talk about the archaeology in the Philippines and its relationship to South Asia and Southeast Asia. So for the next 30 minutes, we'll be hearing to Dr. Eusebio Dizon, who is a retired professor and the founding director of the School of Archaeology in the University of the Philippines, Diliman. He earned his BA Philosophy at the University of Santo Tomas and then pursued a master's and his doctoral degree at the University of Pennsylvania. He's a very prolific scholar, and his most significant recent contribution to knowledge is his recent publication on the new species from Homo from the late Pleistocene in the Philippines, published in Nature. And the second one was the 4,000 years of migration and cultural exchange, that is the archaeology in Batanes Islands in northern Philippines. Please give a round of applause to the great Professor Eusebio Dizon.
Thank you very much for the warm introduction. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to come here and deliver my lecture, and especially to my colleague and friend, Dr. Maria Teresa Tess de Guzman, for making my trip here possible. And UP Manila, well, I am from UP Diliman, the only one I think here, and mostly people are from UP Los Baños, UP Manila, and perhaps UP Baguio. I don't know. It's another topic from disaster and everything that we hear in this conference. So it's about archaeology and prehistory of the Philippines and its relationship to South Asia and Southeast Asia, where we are in the island Southeast Asia. Next slide, please. Okay. So this is the abstract. Instead of methodology, I have written an abstract, which is actually also published or printed in this booklet. So I don't need to read this one. You can read this one from Pleistocene period, about 11,700 years, a new date. And then the Neolithic, about 5,000 years ago. And then the Metal Age, 1000 BCE to 1000 CE, current era, before AD. And then we have the proto-historic period, 5th century CE to 15th century CE. And this is the period also of the Majapahit Empire, Srivijaya, and all these international relationship between Indonesia and the Philippines and mainland Southeast Asia, including Vietnam and Cambodia and Thailand. And then we have the historical period, so-called, when the Spaniards came to the Philippines, 1521, Magellan, the recorded history of the Philippines. So next slide, please. So, well, I was following the suggested slide. So that's about me. I am retired, and I have been here in Indonesia many times, and I have many Indonesian students who were studying in France. I was teaching at the National Museum of Natural History in Paris, and a number of Indonesian students and colleagues. Next slide, please. So here is the chronology or timeline of the prehistory of the Philippines from Paleolithic period, 1 million years ago. Indonesia is older, and then we have the same kind of megafauna, elephants, stegodon, giant turtles. We don't have the giant carabao you have here, banteng. And then, but you have also the Celebocerus, the giant pig, and we have also a little bit of those. And of course, you have Homo erectus. We do not have yet the Homo erectus. That's the main contribution of Indonesia, Solo, Sangiran, and you got a lot of the Homo erectus and archaic Homo sapiens. And then we have the Neolithic from 5,000 to 2,500 years ago, where this is the colonization of the Austronesian-speaking people coming from southern China, Taiwan. Then they went to Batanes, northern Luzon, and the rest of the Philippines, and Indonesia later on, before we thought that the migration of the Austronesians came from the south to the north, from Indonesia going to the Philippines. But now we have more archaeological and linguistic evidence that they were actually coming from the north, going to the south. And so this is now the current understanding of that period called Neolithic, where they have a change of environment and a change of technology. They begin to do a lot of pastoralism and farming. And so then the formation of the societies During the Metal Age, you have also the same thing in Indonesia, and it's about 1000 BCE to 1000 CE. We have almost the same pottery, metal tools, copper, bronze, and iron. And then we have the age of contact and trade. And this is where we have like glass beads, glass bracelets, a number of metals. We have the Garuda, and then we have also this golden image of Agusan, where Indonesia has almost exactly the same. I just found out, and the Indonesian collection is actually in Germany. Our collection is in Chicago. So we don't have them in our own countries. And then, of course, the voluminous trade, we have a lot from China, Thailand, and Cambodia. Porcelain, voluminous, many Indonesian materials also. I will show you all this relationship. And then the historical period again, that's 1521. We have cannons from Spain and Portugal. So galleon trade. Indonesia, you have the Dutch, we have the Spaniards in the Philippines. Next. So this is the old Stone Age. We call the colonization of early man from Africa to mainland Southeast Asia and island Southeast Asia, including Java, the famous Java man there. And then, of course, its relationship to Peking man, the same Homo erectus, were found both China and Indonesia. And what was in between? It was the Philippines. But we don't have any idea. Before, they thought that there were land bridges coming from China to the Philippines going to Indonesia. But that was not the case now. The land bridge actually is in mainland Southeast Asia, peninsular Malaysia, going to Indonesia. And a little bit of land bridge, in fact, from Indonesia, from Borneo, going to Palawan. So that is only one. And another one going to Balut Island, Borneo to Balut Island in southern Mindanao. In fact, we are very close in this last island of the Philippines called Balut and Sarangani. It's very close to Indonesia. And this is where the last swimming elephants was found, the pygmy elephants. I will show later. It's the same kind of pygmy elephant we have in Sicily, in Italy. So elephants swim, they have snorkels, and they swim long distance. They can cross 30 kilometers. They can cross like India and Sri Lanka. So these are the animal behavior. Next. So now there is a new anatomically modern human that was found in Cambodia, dating to around 80,000 years ago, older than what we have now in the Philippines and Indonesia. Next, please. So here you have the fossil record of Indonesia, Homo erectus, archaic Homo sapiens, and Homo sapiens, that's the modern man, thinking man there. And these are the distribution of these fossil records from mainland Southeast Asia, Indonesia, and then Borneo, Philippines, and Australia. So beginning from about 50,000 years ago, this anatomically modern human was crossing ocean. Perhaps they probably have already raft and boats, so they can cross the sea. Next. Next, please. Okay. Indonesian fossil record, the Homo floresiensis, the first one ever that was found in Flores. I was in Flores also. I was invited there. And this is the individual. It's about a meter in height, and it's an individual called Homo floresiensis. It's not a Homo sapiens. It's a different species. And I think those of you who will go to Sangiran Museum in Solo will see some of these there. It's exhibited in their museum in Sangiran. So it became also a cover of the National Geographic. This was actually from my friend late Tony Dubiantono. who was the head of the Pusat archaeology before in Indonesia. Next, please. So this is the where Rakang Valley in Flores, where the site of the Flores Liang Bua was found. Very, very similar to Philippine scenery, like in Cagayan Valley, and of course rice terraces. You have shallow rice terraces there. Next, please. And before we go there, we have to have betel nut chewing. All the villages that you have to pass, they have to offer you betel nut chewing. So it's a sign of friendship, I think. So this is the cave site of Liang Bua in Flores. It's a very huge cave. And before it was excavated by Soyono, my friend also who passed away, but very shallow. And then they have the idea that perhaps an earlier materials can be found below, and so they excavated very, very deep, about 5, 6 meters, 7 meters, and through and up, they found this evidence of Homo floresiensis and Pygmy stegodon together with stone tools. Next, please. So here are the stone tools that were found in Cobatua, 800,000 to 700,000 BP, and Metamenge from 1 million. So you have very, very good evidence of Indonesia material. Next, please. So here are the excavation in Liang Bua. It's a very deep trench, see? It's about 8 meters. So they found this good, solid archaeological evidence of stone tools with the butchering of animals, and then the fossil Homo floresiensis. Next, please. So there, the stegodon, like a pygmy elephant in the living floor of 17,000. So it's a very long sequence from Indonesia. Next. So there is the mandible, the lower jaw, and then the human. These were all my friends before. Next. So Sunda, shelves, Wallacea, Sahul, and you can see this seawater, when it is lower, it's a landmass. So people at the time can walk, animal can walk, although they can also swim. And then that's the one that goes to Palawan from Borneo. And here you have many, many archaeological remains in Indonesia. Very, very rich. Next. Tropical island environment is our geographical characteristic. And it's only recently that paleoanthropologists paid attention, because before they were concentrating in Africa, in Europe, in China, and we never heard that humans are in island tropical Southeast Asia, and they are evolving in this island environment. Next, please. So here's another map where Homo erectus could probably be in the Philippines, crossing from Indonesia, not from China. In China, the landmass was between China and Taiwan, but between Taiwan and Philippines, no more landmass. It's all atolls and very deep, so it's impossible to have a landmass. Before that was my idea, because we have elephants in Cagayan Valley, and then you have elephants in China. We really thought that the crossing was from north to south. I inherited that to many paleontologists, including Huyer, who worked first here in Indonesia and identified the same mammals. Next. So here, this is Palawan, and that is Cagayan Valley, the two Paleolithic sites where they are rich in archaeological materials and fossils at Tabon Cave, and then, of course, Peña Blanca area. Next, please. So here is the landscape of Paleolithic Cagayan Valley, very, very similar to Sangiran. If you go to Sangiran, it's almost the same. The only difference, Sangiran is a dome, and this is a depression. So it's the reverse. And the fossil coming from here, we are going uplifted like this. In Sangiran, they are in a dome and collapsing in the middle. That's why it's called Sangiran Dome. But the same elephants, the same stegodons are found almost exactly the same date from Indonesia and Philippines. Next. So here's Angel Bautista, Francois Sema, and we have here from the ground some of the fossils with stone tools found in Cagayan Valley. Now, the very famous Kalinga site with elephants dated to 780,000 years old was from that site where the elephants is. So we have explored that before Toma Eninko was publishing it in Nature. Next, please. So here we have rhinoceros that was from the Kalinga site. And at one time we have a project with Indonesia, France, Germany, and Italy, Spain. We are a participant of the Erasmus Mundus. That's why we have many Indonesian students participating in this. And we have the Cagayan Valley as a field school for archaeology at that time. Very, very hot. There is no shade. Unlike in Indonesia, you have many trees now that grows in Sangiran because of replanting. But in Philippines, no. So next, very hot. So this is the publication of Iñinco in Nature. It's a letter, and the earliest known hominin activity in the Philippines by 709,000 years ago. So we believe that there may be also Homo erectus here because during this date, there is no modern human, there's no Homo sapiens, but they already have stone tools, just like in Indonesia. And in Indonesia, it was very clear. You have the stone tools and you have the direct fossil evidence, which some of these fossils are found now or located in Germany, some are in the Netherlands, but some are in Bandung, and here also in Yogyakarta, at the Paleoanthropology Laboratory of Teuku Yacob. Yacob is a very good friend. He gave this name. This is a gift of Yacob. So here is the landscape also and the archaeological context of the tools and the fossil. Next, please. So here, there it's a depression. Indonesia, it's a dome, so it's the reverse side. And this is in northern Luzon, Cagayan Valley, so that is all published in Nature. Next. So here's the animal, rhinoceros. He said about 30% or 70% complete with the fossil bone. And when they examined those fossils, there were cut marks, meaning to say it was a deliberate butchery using those stone tools. So they found them together, stone tools and the fossil. Well, it's the same in Indonesia. That's next, please. So here are the stone tools that were found together with the animal in Kalinga. Next, please. So here are the distribution, Cagayan Valley, Anda, Pangasinan, Antipolo. We have in Antipolo. We have in Guadalupe. We have in Diliman. I found some animals there also. Cabatuan, Iloilo, Agusan Valley, and of course here in Borneo. Next. So here's the relief map. I took this photo from Germany, from Frankfurt. It's a very nice relief map that has a good representation of the interconnectivity of the Sunda shelves, and then including Australia, Saul. Next. So all the possibilities. So here is the pygmy stegodon. It's an Italian specimen from Sicily, displayed at Frankfurt Museum. So it's the same kind of stegodon you have here in Indonesia and the Philippines. They're very small, as big as pig, but they're adult with the tusk fully erupted and here. And that is a normal elephant. That is My former colleague who passed away late, Clyde Hagoon, it's in Frankfurt Museum. So in Sangiran, you have also the same kind of model that were exhibited. Next, please. So elephants, as I told you, they swim a lot, long distance, because they have snorkel. And they go one on top the other, and the other will paddle. When they are taking rest, then the others, then they will take turn. So this is the animal behavior that people have observed. Biologists, ecologists have seen this in Sri Lanka and Africa. Next, please. Not only elephants, pigs. Pigs did not grow their snorkel, but they have a long snout, so they can also swim. You can just imagine inter-island. Here in Indonesia, you have many wild pigs in many islands, and how did they get there if they did not swim? Because there was no land bridge. The same thing in Tawi-Tawi, in Holo. Small islands have pigs, wild pigs, because they can swim. And they drifted along with the tide. So they're very good. They think a lot. They go with nature. And when you have the strong tide, they go there. Sometimes they are lucky. They will find a logwood and get that chance, that opportunity. So they swim a lot, the pigs. Next. So monkeys also swim a lot. That's why you have swimming monkeys in small island, macaca monkeys. They swim. Next, please. So this is just showing animal. Tigers. We got tigers now in Palawan, in northern Palawan, as you have tigers here in Indonesia. They're all extinct now. Next, please. So tektite are good evidence to show that we have this Paleolithic period from about 800,000 or even 1 million years ago. So you have a lot of these in Indonesia also, in the Sangiran. And we have them in Cagayan Valley, in Bulacan. There are many in Bulacan, in Cubao, and in Manila. They have now the tektite tower because they found tektites in Green Hills. Yeah? That's why it's named Tektite Tower. So Bayer, the old archaeologists in the Philippines, have this collection. Next, please. So this is the Peña Blanca branch station. And as I mentioned before, we have this collaboration with Eurofirst, and we have the French and Italian students here doing exercises, drawing the stone tools, the old collections, and organizing them. Next, please. So we have them here, same as you have in Indonesia. Next, please. So we have the discovery of Homo lusinensis in Calao Cave, northern Luzon. So we have a number of authors here. Next, please. Well, here is the first evidence that we found, and still unclean at that time, Francois Sema, and it's my colleague, Dr. Arman Mijares. I called him Mandy, and he is the team leader in this excavation. So he's the lead person. So that is where this metacarpal was found, and then the analysis of the metacarpal was done by Florent de Troyes. Next, please. So here is the first publication in Journal of Human Evolution. During this time, we don't know yet that it's a Homo lusinensis, that is a new species. We thought it was a monkey, but then it proved to be more human than ape or a monkey. We have a number of comparative analyses from different animals that were found in France and Indonesia. Next, please. So here's the poster and the statistic showing that it goes out within the range of the animals or monkeys. So, and then it became a new species. This is how you develop or name a new species. Next, please. Next. So, small size, we have a number of publications before it was published in Nature. And it's a small size individual. It's smaller than Homo floresiensis. It's less than a meter in height. but adult individual. Next, please. So here we found also a set of teeth. It's parabolic, suggesting it's very human. It's not a V shape, suggest that apes have V shape, but humans have parabolic U shape. So very, very human. Next. But it's, so this is the nature, it became a cover. So this individual became a new species. That's why Homo philippinensis was used before, so that it cannot be used anymore. That's why it is Homo lusinensis now. So published in 2019, I think, in Nature. So it's a big publication because it's the second specimen of human evolving in tropical island environment, Southeast Asia. So people did not think about this before. Next, please. So here are the implications. The discovery adds to a new member of the genus Homo, makes Southeast Asia an important evolutionary region. It also raises more questions such as Homo lusinensis lineage, how and when it reached the island of Luzon. The discovery situates the Philippines as a major area for human evolutionary research, and the discovery can be quite controversial with lively, robust debates and the identification of new Homo species. So everything become new. Everything become new with the world of paleoanthropologists, and never thought before that humans will be evolving in tropical Southeast Asia, because we were always called the backwater, that we are only recipients of some of the old world materials coming from Europe and China. And now we are in the forefront of human evolution. Next, please. So, cave art, rock art, you have a lot in Indonesia. Indonesia has older, it's about 40,000 years. And in Borneo, you have very plenty and also published in Nature. And these were in Peña Blanco. And now I think they have them dated to around 20,000, 15,000 years ago. But before, we thought they were only product of the Aitas, of the Negritos, because the charcoal was sometimes very, very fresh. And now Andrea Halandoni has done a lot of good research, having them dated also in Australia. He was also my former student at the School of Archaeology now. So she's moving this direction on rock art in the Philippines. Next, please. So here are some of the other images with Clyde, and where they are located in deep forest. Next. So here you see Gua Balambangan in Indonesia. You have very, very similar drawing of cave art, and see, very similar to Cagayan Valley. But you have older materials here in Indonesia. Next. So we have a lot of this comparative material. So re-examining picture. This was the first publication we have in rock art about 2016. Now they have new ones and later ones. I am not involved anymore. Next, please. So the lower Paleolithic record on the Philippines between me and Alfred, and we compare this also with the items from Indonesia. Next. I got a number of stone tools. This is the first hand axe, which is very, very similar to Indonesia. You see, these hand axes are very different from Africa and Europe. The difference is that the pointed top portion in Europe is very, very much pointed, but in Southeast Asia, Philippines and Indonesia, they are a bit rounded. So this is the salient characteristic that they were made here in Indonesia and Philippines. But they are the same materials called silex or chert, next, volcanic rock. So here also, Cagayan de Oro, which is in southern Mindanao, we have found similar ones. Next. So it's also published. There's a lot in Mindanao. That's why Mindanao is not yet that fully explored because of the political situation, but I think there's a lot more to see in Mindanao. Next, please. So this is in Bandung. We have the exhibition in this called First Island, Human Origins Patrimony in Southeast Asia. So we have Indonesia, Philippines, Germany, and the Netherlands in this project. We are lucky to have been funded always by the European Union here, and then the next one is PRESI, which is much, much bigger than this one. This is about, the European Union provide about €500,000 for 4 years between Indonesia, Philippines, and France. Next. So here's Palawan, that's the tip, and that is Tabon Cave. It's about 35 meters from the present sea level. Before, the sea was far away, about 30 kilometers. That's why you don't have seashells inside Tabon Cave. And it's very far, 35,000 years ago. Next. Now it's just near the sea. So this is inside Tabon Cave. It's like a piece of cake with many layers and quite stratified during the time of, that is Robert Fox. Next, after Robert Fox, I took over the excavation. And this is his classic book, Tabon Cave. And you have Ling Ling O, made of jade. We have a lot of them coming from Batanes and there, Taiwan. And then the fossil human found inside the skull cap, and it's female. Next, this. So here's the excavation before at the center, and 11 new human fossils were recovered during this last phase of the excavation in 2000. Next, please. So here's inside, we have a lot of the friends and some Indonesian students are over there. And then doing all these field excavation in Tabon, that's inside Tabon. So Tabon is smaller than Liangbua in Flores. And next, please. And we have all these excavations and recording with students and professional friends and Italian participating during this excavation. Next. Next, please. So we found the old records and digitized it to locate precisely the frontal bone, because at one time we don't really know where it was found. And the collection was there, but we cannot locate where in Tabon. It's a big cave like this. Where did Robert Fox found it? So it was only through this kind of method, using computer digitization and then locational analysis, that we were able to find it over there in that side. Next, please. That's why it's all friends. So these are the fossils with the date. 16,500, 32,000, 31,000, and then 47,000. So this is not a good fossil that we have before, because the teeth was just inserted. So these were the old record of Robert Fox. The dates were almost the same, in fact. He was using C14, we were using uranium thorium, uranium series of dating. Next. So here is the stratigraphy. Fox was able to record only 4 layers, but we were able to record 19 layers. And now we go to 33 to 39,000 years old, and where you have fossils and evidence of fire. Indonesia does not have any good evidence of fire, but this one, it suggests cooking already. And recently, my colleague Hermine was able to analyze stone tools from Tabon and was able to say that some of these stone tools were used in bamboo working and also getting or making baskets and ropes. So the research still go on until now. Next, please. So here are the 11 new human fossils that were recovered and already a subject of dissertation of Detroit and and Julian Corney. Next, please. Postcranium skeletons. So, a number of individuals, probably about 100 individuals. So, it suggests a large population occupying Tabon from various periods, from 47,000 up to 16,000. And what happened to these populations, we don't know whether they ended up and whether there were genetic continuity or not. So there were no analysis of DNA yet among these fossils. We attempted, but we were not successful at the time. Next, so it's published on the Notes and Morphology in Current Anthropology, the first publication we have, 2002, and then in 2004, that's the work of Florent Detroit, adding the new fossils. Next. So here's Anne-Marie Sema, who used to work many times here in Indonesia doing paleoecology and paleobotany, recovering seeds. What are the plants that we have in Tabon? Next. So here are the plants that we have in Tabon. We have palms, we have ferns, and dating to around 30,000 years ago. So at least we know it's also very tropical. There was less climate change, in fact, from 30,000 to the present. But now they are not available. So this is the legacy of the island. You have many of these. This is actually a cave of Songterus in Punung, Indonesia, the cover. And that's where we work also, in South Central Java, Punung. Next. So we publish in the Encyclopedia of Global Archaeology, and you can use this reference for our work in the Paleolithic of the Philippines. Next. So here, we go to the New Stone Age or Neolithic. So the bars are from about 50,000 years old, and then this is 5,000 years old. So here is the migration route coming from Taiwan to Philippines to Indonesia. And to eastern part, going to Micronesia, and to the western part to Vietnam. Next, please. And the Pacific. The longest voyage of early humans was from that period around 3,500, 4,000 years ago, a distance of 35,000 kilometers. So we made an experimental underwater archaeology. I was with this man. He was 85 years old at the time. And we built this raft, not raft, they're called double hull canoe. And they were made in Bohol. And then we have the mat also made. It's a club close sail, very similar to what they have now in the Pacific. And this has no engine, so he traveled from the Philippines to Tikopia, South Pacific, for about 3 months without sail, without engine, just sail, pure sail. Next, please. So now from Taiwan to Philippines, as I mentioned before, there was no land bridge. There are atolls. They are just islands. And then people from southern Taiwan can go island hopping, going to Batanes. Next. So this Dawood Trujillo from UGM, Gajah Mada University, and we're doing this excavation in Batanes and recovering many of the stone tools, not like the Tabon materials, Paleolithic. These are ground stone tools, so entirely new, and including materials coming from Taiwan. Next. So we go to this Neolithic. We have the pottery and also stone tools. These are used for fishing now, for fishing net, deep sea fishing. That use as tools in that case. So next. So we have the red sleeve circle stamp design. You have also here some in Indonesia, and bone tools found, and the decorative pottery, the beginning. So here is nephrite or jade. They were cut. They're called debitades, and this is the process to manufacture lingling o, the earring. Next, please. So we found the raw materials in Batanes, cut. So here is the finished product of the lingling o, made of jade or nephrite. And they're very common in Vietnam and Philippines and Taiwan. Next, so here are the stages. So we recovered those debitades. Next. And some of the ground stone tools, so very different now from the Paleolithic materials, and bark cloth beater. So this is the shell midden where my colleague Ame Garong worked until now. We'll go back there this August. And the shell midden is actually from the late Neolithic to Metal Age. The Neolithic level is on the ground. This is Phil Piper. He's a professor at ANU, and we have there evidence of post holes. So they begin to build houses in this area. Next, please. And we have metals. We have iron, some bronze. Next. So here, glass beads, carnelian beads, stone beads. Before the glass beads were developed, we have stone beads, and we have the jar burials with decorations in the Metal Age. So dog burial was found also in this location. It's a very big dog, so that's a modern dog. I just compared it with the archaeological excavated dog, so almost similar in size. Next. So here, very thick shell midden, same as the Conciso site that we excavate. Next. And then, of course, Taiwan to Marianas, and the dates. And these are potteries from Marianas, the Lapita. They were probably coming from Cagayan Valley as well. So we know that the Lapita pottery, New Caledonia, and the Marianas are actually have their origin in the Philippines. Next, so it's a similar design with this. These were found in Magapit, shell midden. Next, so here is Lapita, and then we have this bird figure. We have also in Cagayan Valley. Next, so this is the book that Bellwood and I edited and co-authored, 4,000 Years of Navigation and Cultural Exchange, published by ANU, but it's available in electronic copy. You can download this one, in fact. Next, so we have shell. Aside from stone, we have tridacna shell and different kind of shell that they were honing or grinding to use as tools. Next, so here, these tools are used to make boats, in fact, for dugout canoe and even agriculture. So these are the distribution, Indonesia, Philippines, and then we have the jar burial, secondary jar burial. This is the Manunggulgar in the old 1,000 pesos. So here's in my tomb. This one I excavated myself back in 1991. And it's a Metal Age, about 5 BC to AD 370. So we have anthropomorphic. You have in Indonesia, but quite modern. You have here about 16th century of the similar faces. But now it shows that we are very early. Metal Age, that's the logo of the archaeological school. And also in some area, Lebak, 585 to 85 AD, with limestone urns. Next. And Indonesia, you have almost the same also. San Carlos Collection, Cebu. Next. So these were exhibited in Barcelona, Madrid, Barcelona, Spain. Next. So here, National Museum, and in the collection of Barcelona. This is Indonesia again. So you have the house motif also made of limestone. So very, very similar. So here are the distribution also from mainland Southeast Asia, Indonesia, and Philippines. So here is an Indonesian site, Gunung Padang, and you have a number of megalithic. So these were not very well excavated yet in Indonesia. So you have a lot of them. And of course, in Laos, mainland Southeast Asia, you have the plain of jars, also in the Metal Age period, the same. Next. So here again, burial jars with primary burials. This is Batanes, also made of limestone, decorative boat-shaped burial. Next. So here is the excavation. There's one individual. So it's a maritime culture, very similar to the Vikings, because we are maritime, see? So they have the boat motif and the individual buried underneath. Next. We're past time. Sorry. So we'll just go. This is Indonesia. Again, boat motif. Next. So Borneo, Tawi-Tawi, Manunggul, Borobudur, Prambanan. That's where you go, I think. Next. So we have the similar pottery from Thailand, Vietnam, and Philippines. Next. So another distribution of the Sawin Kalanay, this kind of pottery, Central Philippines and Visayas. Next. So this is in Bakong, Negros Oriental, and we have 2 burials found, and then this coffin burial made of pottery. Next, and this is an excavation exposition with glass beads and metals. So Metal Age. Next. So here we have motif. I don't know. I think these are some indications of the Hindu Buddhistic iconography, and I'm not very well familiar, but it seems that Hinduism and Buddhism was introduced there around 600 AD in the Philippines. And we have this motif, see, glass beads and other artifacts. Next. So there, Dr. Amigarong excavated this jar burial. Next. Glass beads, faceted, very similar to mainland Southeast Asia and Korea. Next. Indonesia has also. And this kind of motif made of bone found in Katanawan. Next. So there, it's about in the peninsula of the Quezon province. Next. So we have this kris or dagger. It's exhibited now in the National Museum, excavated by Big Pass. Next. So we have this date, circa 1,200 years ago. Next, with relative dating of porcelain. This is in Mulanay, and we have post-hole evidence similar to Indonesian pattern. This is a house, Enggano house in Sumatra. So next, so here we have the post holes and with the burial, with the sarcophagus intact, not like in Europe, they are movable. In Philippines, they're permanent. See, they're still on the ground. So dating to 10th century AD. Next. So we found materials here. We have C14 date. Next, 10th century. Next. And here we have evidence of porcelain, which is very similar to the Belitung. Next. It was hidden inside there. There's the porcelain. And this Belitung shipwreck found in Indonesia is very similar. You have thousands of them. We have one in the burial. Next. So there is the burial. It was not covered with a huge stone, but just packed stones on top. And gold, very similar to Indonesians. They look like a bird ring, I think, that you have in Java, gold. And evidence of writing from the late Metal Age, pottery and gold. This is Indonesian. This is old Javanese script, copper plate. You have about 90 pieces here. We have one in the Philippines, but it mentioned the year of the Saka. It's about 849 AD. So Normally in Indonesia, you can see where it was made, but here is just a first page that mention only the date, but where it was made, that page is missing. So it's somewhere with the collectors in the Philippines. So this is the golden image of Tara. You have in Indonesia, as I mentioned, is similar to the Banton cloth in Chicago. There is a Java gold. It's almost the same. It's almost the same. But this one is in Germany. This one is in Chicago now. Next. So this is the route, trade route map, very complicated during the 13th to 15th century. And these are the kind of boats. You have many boats like this in Banten, in Indonesia, and they are hybrid between Chinese and Southeast Asian. Next. So here are the construction of the boat, Butuan boat, and also this one, this full of ceramics, is found in Zambales. Next. So here's the hull, and it's just a section, and it's, you can see there the load of porcelain. But they are very well organized. They have rooms for Thailand, this is ceramics, which has the Islamic motif. So the blue and white, which is very common in China, was actually designed for the Muslim world, for Egypt and for Persia. See, and chrysanthemum is very Muslim. Next, and tradeware ceramics, and then the historical period. This is from San Diego, and then we have olive jars, so combinations of European ware and Asian ware and Filipino ware. Next, astrolabe, one gold coin, Islamic, and then Chinese and Spanish coins. And historical archaeology, this is Poway Church. I excavated inside Poway Church, and we found some evidence of early pre-Hispanic houses inside the church. Next. So this is historical period. This is in San Nicolas, Batangas. That is previous. That is in Taal. This is an old Augustinian convent, I think, Ermita, identified by Galende before. So next. Finish. Thank you. Terima kasih. Maraming salamat. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Dizon. That seems to be like reading Stephen Hawking's A Brief History of Time, right? But it's like our coffee for lunch. But any questions? I think we're all like raring for food for lunch. But if you have any other questions to raise, if there's none, maybe we can just have a approach them during lunchtime. That would be good and established. Any question? Yeah. Yes, the lady over there. Can you just grab the mic?
Okay, check. Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, I'm Rafa, and my question is directly for Dr. Yusebudizon. Because I feel so honored to be able to listen to your presentation about your archaeologist journey. And I'm having so much fun, and it's really enlightened me a lot. Even though I'm a psychological student, but I've always been interested in archaeology. So my question is, there are so many fossils that have been found and identified. And it's not just one kind, but there are so many. And I'm curious about how long does it take to collect fossil parts and also to identify the type of fossils with so many parts that scattered all around the places or maybe all around the world. Thank you.
Well, you see, from my topic, it's about 1 million years of period. and it's delivered maybe in an hour. And to do an archaeology, well, of course, it takes a while. It takes a lot of patience. And the formal study is very important to do archaeology. But in my experience, I first become a researcher at the National Museum and was trained practically by my predecessors, archaeologists, and then some foreign archaeologists come to us. So it takes a while. Here in Indonesia, you have a long period, very, very long period of doing this job. And some of them goes to 10 years and even more and excavating the same site. But because there are very, very few of us in the Philippines, I try to move on, because we try to cover the whole archipelago as much as we can. Otherwise, they will be excavated by pot hunters and treasure hunters where the data will be destroyed. So what is really more important is recording all these artifacts, this data from the ground, and then you have this kind of report that you can present. And otherwise, even the golden image of Tara that was excavated by native people at the time, and it was sold to foreigner until it reaches Chicago. So in Indonesia, you have a lot of stories like that also. I was here when somebody smuggled fossils, Homo erectus, and they ended up in New York. And it was time for the Indonesian archaeologists to take actions and recover. And it turned out to be a very significant fossil later on, because if people will just get these small items, they don't really know what it is. And it's the expertise of people who study them that make this important item very significant later on. So it takes a while. It takes a while to do all these kind of studies.
Indeed, patience is virtue, Dr. Dizon.
Yeah, perseverance and patience.
Okay, any other question? Perhaps we should go for lunch. I think we should respect our physiological need. So maybe another round of applause for our speaker for that rock star performance, for sharing their knowledge here in the conference and to the rest of the world. Let's go. Be back at 2 p.m. for the plenary sessions. Thank you. But before we go, we please call Ms. Goa to please. We will be awarding certificate for appreciation. Ms. Goa will be doing the honor. Want to read the citation? Okay, we will now be given a certificate of appreciation first to Dr. Eusebio Dizon for being our plenary speaker on death, dying, and disaster. Another one. Where's the other? Oh, we don't. Okay, I have it here. And the second certificate appreciation to Professor Maria Melinda Mendoza for serving our plenary speaker on death, dying, and disaster. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ma'am Emmy and Dr. Dizon. Okay, so lunch is served at the 10th floor. Okay, any announcement from the ground? Yeah.
So some few announcements for our participants online because we've been neglecting them yesterday, so we don't want to disservice them today. So we are adjusting our schedule for those who are online. We will be resuming our sessions at 2:30 and at 2:15. So Jakarta time, not Philippine time. And there will be breakout sessions, so you can join the different breakout sessions, parallel sessions this afternoon, as flashed on the screen, and they will be. We will be bringing you to the breakout sessions, or you will be the one to choose the breakout sessions that you want as flashed on the screen. Okay, so we have, again, we will have workshop 1 on family resilience from theory to practice. So that's one breakout session. And our speaker will be our distinguished Bulela. Bufesta, all right. So, and then you will moderate. And then we have a workshop 2, the Islamic psychology, the Taubat and in Istighfar. That will be another breakout session. And then workshop 3, we have decolonizing psychologies, again, undoing disciplines, indigeneity, and liberatory praxis. They did that yesterday. They will also do the part 2 today. All right, that's another breakout session, and that will be, if you're attending on face-to-face, that will be at the West Classroom, 10th floor. Workshop 2 will be at the 8th floor, the FAST meeting room. And workshop 1 will be at the FTI meeting room on the 5th floor. For workshop number 4, we have a planetary health session on healing, culture, and ethics. That will be at the amphitheater. Yeah, this is the amphitheater, so that's another breakout room for those who are online. So, what happened there? So, I think we got messed up. So, meron kayo session? Oo nga, there's another session, was 5 and 6. Can we have, yeah, time to break. Yes, but we're just explaining it to but you can go, yeah. Where's workshop number 5 and 6? What room will they be in? No more? Okay, just this one. Okay. So that's the session. For that. Dire-diretso. Yeah. We'll just join. Yeah. So we will be staying at Amphitheater. For the rest of the presenters, that's the adjustment that we will be doing. All right? So we will, again, in the interest of time, let's now proceed to 10th floor. So all the rest of the presenters who are here, we will resume at Amphitheater. If you are not part of workshop 1, 2, and 3, so all the 4 workshops, all the other rest of the workshops will be here at the Amphitheater. Yeah, room, breakout room number 4 for those who are online. Thank you very much. We'll see you. We will resume at, again, 2:15 Indonesian time. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for the information, Prof. For all the participants, can go to East classroom, the same room to before lunch too. And for all the students, please stay here until the next information. Thank you.